land use ordinances and state laws when it's specific to parking and building height. And one thing of note, this has somewhat changed based on the governor's housing bill. There may be some requirements that will allow us to add more units than previously thought. We want the project to be aesthetically pleasing. This is kind of the north entrance to our town. So with the development going along there, it's going to be nice to have something that looks good for everybody driving by. And we're in a coastal environment here. We all know building practices can vary. So we wanted a developer that works with contractors that has the best construction practices for our type of climate. This was our scoring criteria within our RFP. We weighted the qualifications of the project manager with their proven ability to successfully complete similar projects pretty high. We were looking at their design proposal, capacity, and the compatibility with the surrounding neighbors. And then financial and funding structure. A lot of this is reliant upon grants. So we want to make sure that our proposers have a good understanding of what grant opportunities that they can tap into to make this a reality. We of course want someone that has experience doing this, and not just with grants, but also with planning, design, and development of the actual project to see it all the way through to lease up. And then understanding what our objectives are from the previous page, understanding what the city's trying to do with a project like this. And just as a reminder, this is something that's going to be beneficial not only to Seaside, but to Cannon Beach, to Gearhart, to Astoria and Warrenton, as we're hoping to target the workforce that is in Clatsop County. That being said, we put together a small group of folks to review and score these, including the mayor, myself, the Clatsop County Housing Manager, Alyssa Gertler, and Steve Sokolowski from the new Cannon Beach Community Development Director. This was the scoring outcome with one developer standing out amongst all four scorers, and that's related to Northwest. This was their site plan, preliminary site plan and design of what they proposed to do. And they're looking at between 57 and 65 housing units, depending on how they set up their community area. Believe it or not, this many units fit onto that lot, fell just 3 shy of parking spaces for our ordinance that it requires today. So they are really close to actually meeting the ordinance requirements for parking. And I believe this type of situation is what the governor's housing bill and the land use adjustments that are going to be required for the city to issue is exactly what it is to alleviate, just getting us over the hump if we just need a few more, get a couple more units without all of the land use requirements that are currently in the ordinance.
Did I understand that right? The current layout number is a short of a few parking spaces, or the new number that could come through?
The current layout number is short a few parking spaces, but part of the governor's bill was land use adjustments, and parking requirements was one of the adjustments that the city's going to be required to grant. We haven't gotten direction on that yet. I'm still waiting from the state for direction on how to apply that, what the process looks like. But I have a feeling it's designed to meet these types of developments where we're targeting affordable housing, we're targeting big complexes, and while we might be a couple of parking spaces shy, we essentially meet the intent of what the ordinance is trying to do. Couple of bullet points from their proposal. They have a lot of experience in affordable housing development. I believe they're managing or have developed around 55,000 units nationwide. So this is a large developer that this is what they do. They have several projects in Portland that was all in their proposal. Different designs, different styles. Some of them are very urbanized, some of them not so much, which showed me anyway that they've got kind of a broad spectrum of what they are able to build. They've already done some outreach work looking to partner with CCA for residential services and the art room for after school programs. That's part of what their design incorporates within their community center area. So an after school program located in an area where there's going to be a large park and a large young adult and children population, I think will be very beneficial to the residents of this development. They are proposing between 57 and 65 units, all targeting households in that 30 to 60% of AMI range. They're also looking to obtain a preference policy from OHCS, which will give them the ability to priority lease to local residents and local workforce and to business owners that are looking to have housing for their employment workforce.
We put our goal at 80%, and they think that they can hit the 35 to 60% with us.
That's what they've put in their proposal. Yes.
It'll be a mix,
Right.
various amounts at each percentage,
And
and that's just the proposal right now.
right, yeah.
So we can always adjust that.
And I don't recall reading in their proposal or any of the proposals specifically, any kind of set aside for ADA capabilities or units that would be ADA accessible.
I believe there's some building codes that touch on that based on the number of units. So I'd have to confirm that. But
There were some that did mention it. They set aside specifically first floor units.
That's all I read. That'll be a flat on the first floor. That's not what makes it ADA. There's a lot of other things that go
Yeah,
into ADA.
but they're planning on putting a first floor because they're not planning on putting in any kind of elevators.
Well, yeah, and I would agree with that.
One thing I was a little bit confused about is the financial situation we have. Are you gonna, because I read through and I'm not fully understanding how we partner with this group. Is it just a land lease or?
That's still what we have to figure out. Based on how we're using the industrial zone to build housing, it's a special carve out in one of the recently passed state laws by the legislature. What we don't have direction on is if the city has to maintain ownership of the property or if it's something we can turn over to them once they've met our development goals with a deed restriction that protects our affordability for this project. That'll be worked out as part of the development agreement, and whether it is a long-term land lease or it's us turning the property over with deed restrictions, we'll finalize that all in the development agreement.
It seemed as if one of the proposals more than implied that the city was turning over the property to them.
And like I said, we don't know how that's gonna play out with the state law. We need to get more direction from the state on how that actually works, if we're allowed to or not. One of the provisions is that the land has to be owned by a public entity to utilize industrial zone property for housing. And so that hasn't really been clearly defined for us yet. This is their concept. The top one is the view from Highway 101, and the bottom one will be the kind of the interior of the project, just based on what they're conceptually designing. And at this point, I'm going to turn it over to Alyssa. She helped me with the staff report and has helped me throughout this process. I'll let her talk a little bit about Related Northwest and why she scored them as high as she did.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for inviting me to your meeting, and thank you for your interest in this project. You can all hear me, right?
Yes.
Just checking. Jeff actually covered quite a bit of I think the thinking behind the scoring in terms of how we looked at each of the criteria. There are just a couple of things I wanted to point out in terms of Related Northwest in particular. First, I wanted to say all four of the proposals were really good proposals from really good developers, and I think that just speaks to the reputation of the city of Seaside as a place where developers believe that they can build housing. And I also think it speaks to the market in Seaside in terms of what we're talking about in terms of a need for a certain income level. One thing I will say about Related is they do specialize in affordable housing in Oregon, and they are very smart, one of the smartest ones in the state in terms of how to get state subsidy. And so to the question of income levels, 30, 60, 80% AMI, there are different state funding programs that are available for those different income levels. And so I believe that their proposal, one of the things they did very well is propose 3 different financial scenarios based on the availability of some of those public sources. So they're being very strategic and creative. And to the point of the mayor, depending on the funding they're able to secure, I think the unit mix in terms of affordability is still something that the city could talk further with them about. Um, the other thing I wanted to say is it's in the proposal that Related Northwest has a connection to Seaside. Their project manager, their senior vice president, is a graduate of Seaside High School, grew up here. Her mom still lives a few blocks away. And so I think what came through is the connection to City of Seaside and how much there is a desire to do a project that really serves the city. You see that in the partnerships that they've done as well. And then I just wanted to mention that I personally can serve as a reference for them for a project that I worked on when I was at my old job in the Portland area, a site that was owned by Metro and City of Portland. And one of the things that I think made this proposal very compelling is the experience that I've had with them in terms of working with sites that are owned by a local government. And so, like you were saying, this is a city-owned property. There are various ways to configure whether it becomes permanently owned by the city or whether there becomes a deed restriction, as Jeff mentioned. But these guys went above and beyond in terms of working with understanding what the city was trying to accomplish, and Metro in my case, as well as really working with the community, doing outreach and making sure that they were bringing partnerships and connecting with the community as the project went along. So it wasn't just, here's our proposal, we sign a deal, and the next thing you know, ground is being broken. So those are some of the things I think that we noticed in terms of their ability to really respond to the local aspirations and goals of a city. So I'm happy to answer any questions or anything else you need.
I can skip ahead and go to the staff report. I did discuss some budget impacts. These will be worked out through a development agreement that we'll bring back to the council. Tonight, we're just looking to have the council discuss and select Related Northwest for us to start working towards that development agreement. Right now, we are in the need to apply for funding type of cycle with the state OHCS. So I know all of our potential RFP folks are looking to start working on getting those applications put together and furthering that process so that they're in line to get funding and get this project off the ground sooner rather than later.
Without a specific financial agreement worked out, we're picking a vendor to build the project. What if we can't reach an agreement financially, something that makes sense for them and us?
Ultimately, we still own the land, and we can go back and do another RFP and see what else we come up with.
Or work out a deal with one of the other ones.
One of the other,
Yeah.
they were all, okay, now, there were 3 professionals on this panel, and then there was me, okay? I'm looking kind of just big picture and saying, if I was to look at any of these, what this group brought was what I'd like to see up at the north end of town. But all 3 of them, or all 4 of them were great, like Alyssa said. And I think any of them could do the job. But our deal is to pick one of them and say, okay, here's who we're gonna proceed with. We have to work out all the details later. That's part of what you talk about. And you have the development agreement signed before anything happens. My only concern is you're 2 in the comp plan. Now we're gonna have this dropped on your plate. This is kind of, like you said, under a time crunch because some of those state grants, the funding cycles are yearly, right?
Yes.
So if you miss now, you've got to wait a year.
I envision, and Spencer can correct me here, but I envision our development agreement is gonna be largely the concepts that we wanna see and put together by our attorneys.
I am impressed with both the design and their ability to fit that many units on a small piece of property. So I'm very impressed by that.
Some of the original things when we first started talking about this, I had a guy draw it up and he thought they could fit about 24 in there. That was a 2-story building, so obviously 3 helms. But I think it's, it's a big plus for the city of Seaside and having, you know, up to 60-some additional apartments ready for our workers.
It sounded like the difference on the number is how we decide on that ocean, the holiday side building, how high we're willing to go with the, next to the adjacent residential property.
Yeah, be that first
Does that make sense?
building right
No.
there.
No,
It's
so
the-
the building
understand.
that's all the way on the left, the community center,
Mm-hmm.
the other house that's right between there, you could build housing on top of the community center.
Oh, I see.
The lower number is just a one-story building.
Right.
The upper number
Yes.
is putting
Adding more
two
housing on top.
levels of housing
Yes.
on top of that, yeah.
With regard to the house that currently sits not on this property, I guess technically, but within this property, is there any issues there with the easements they would need to access? And, I mean, they've been there for a long time. Is there
Yeah,
any issues
we,
there?
we would ensure that we put together easements for them to be able to continue to access their house and utilize that, that part of our property that's currently being used as their driveway to continue to use that as our driveway.
So the easements don't currently exist.
I'd have to go back and look at the Clatsop County records to see if there is an easement there. I haven't seen them map yet.
I think you'd hope that there's easements there because they're not using their property to get to their property.
Is that property in the blank space up there at the very top?
That's another residential property. Are you talking the top kind of in the
Yes.
middle? Yeah, that's another residential property that's privately owned. So there's two.
And have we had any discussion
Oh,
with
that- oh, yeah.
the owners?
We have not
About
yet,
this?
no. So there's one residence, there's another residence right there.
Big John.
Does that show up on the?
And then there's Sopco and some other
Oh, there we go.
industrial north of.
And Jeff, is it possible if some of these current residents don't necessarily want to live in the middle of a high-density project that they could sell to the developer? And would the developer incorporate that into the project?
We haven't gone as far as having that discussion with the developers. We haven't chosen one yet. That could be part of the discussion, is there potential to purchase that adjacent property and incorporate it in.
And that would only be if we have people wanting to sell.
I would be in favor of actually at least having that conversation because
Mm-hmm.
you're gonna be able to get a lot more units in, plus that kind of puts them in a precarious situation during construction and also when it's operating. And so having that conversation, I think, would be worthwhile.
And if that is a possibility, that potentially changes the configuration.
Probably just add another building, I would assume.
It could, but it could do some other things too.
The problem, well, one issue would be you'd also probably have to add some of that as parking, not as
Yeah.
housing, in order to stay somewhat close to
Somewhat
the
close,
rules, yeah. If we're already under, then some of that's gonna have to be set aside.
Did they mention timelines on what they thought a project like this could get?
It's in there.
Yeah, it's
Just
2027.
about all of them talked about, you know, at least a 2-year
Early,
project.
well,
Yeah.
yeah.
Melissa,
What I
correct me if
read
I'm
was
wrong, but I
early
think this
2027.
proposal had the fastest time from start to lease up than the other proposals, but it was still at 2026 late,
Late
for early 27.
Yeah, all four of them contemplated 2027. This one is a little bit earlier, just in terms of their construction efficiency, I think, in terms of construction timeline. But yeah, between the financing, permitting, regulatory, construction, all of them would be due 2027. So yeah, Jeff, this one was earlier.
It's pretty cool to finally see a picture of what that property would look like.
I think with the developments that are in the pipeline and currently under construction on that north end of town, with the future of that lovely park that we'll have eventually, I hope, this is gonna be an attractive entrance to Seaside from the north.
And this is right up against the property line of North 40 Park, like just a 10-foot offset.
The way they've drawn that, this is right on the property line. So you can see where the property line runs right there. So the North 40 Park is this yellow area along with all of this down here.
And is there anticipated there would be some sort of, I'm gonna say
Delineation.
fencing, delineation, et cetera, so that those who are playing in the park aren't overflowing into the development and that kind of thing?
Some of their proposals have shown fencing with entrances to the park here, and I believe here and here. I know they did describe some fencing along the 101.
Within the picture.
Yeah, to kind of
It's kinda nice.
keep the children contained, I think is what their concern was, so that they have the opportunity to play in there. Along with a landscape plan for along 101 of the types of landscaping they're gonna do.
Yeah, they have pictures of the kinds of plants.
And as we discussed, I think at the last council meeting, that corner with the
Yeah.
ball field, this was it right here.
That was a bit of a surprise. They just figured out how to work around that.
Mhm.
You can see that building goes right into it.
It goes right there.
Yeah, but regardless of the developer that's chosen, we'll have to work with them on the ODOT access here.
I was gonna ask, is there access off of 101 or not?
Yeah, there is a permitted access here. There's just not much known about the permit or how it was obtained by a neighboring property owner and not the owner of this property. But there is an ODOT access, and then we've got the access off of Holiday here. But all of this gets worked out with a development agreement, and then we get a more formal site plan and more formal drawings as we go forward, all the way through to the submittal for permits.
ODOT access kind of, 101 access kind of concerns me because access means turning both right and left.
Well, it'd
And you
probably,
already know left turns off of 24th are pretty hard.
it'd probably be a right turn only coming out onto 101.
I would hope
I
so.
will say right now, I do left-hand turns out of the North 40 after baseball games, just depending on traffic. As long as there's a center turning lane, it's not too
That's
bad.
North 40, that's not up further
this-
north
this
where
right
there
by
aren't turn
South
lanes.
goes
Yeah.
in.
Yeah.
They've
It's
got
close.
a center turn lane running all the way through
Mhm.
their property all the way up, so there is the ability to queue through there, but I'll let their engineers and designers figure out the best possible way to manage that.
So as far as the financial feasibility, they're confident they can secure the funds, what is this called, lift funds that they're saying? They're confident they can secure that for this project?
They've proposed a few different financial structures, and they all are a combination of different funding mechanisms and sources, both federal and state. This is what they do. They build this type of housing, partnering with communities, partnering with other organizations, utilizing these grant opportunities and different funding sources.
There, and every one of them mentioned the waiving of SDCs. And I think that's something that seriously needs to be discussed.
They discussed that in their proposal, but also in their proposal, they put a statement in there that they understand that this is they're fully prepared to self-fund this project without any outside help. Granted, that's something that we can negotiate throughout the development agreement and bring it to the council to discuss if there's opportunities that we could further help this project along.
In the same light, we're, foregoing, property taxes.
Oh, yeah,
in the
they did
future.
mention that as well.
All of them, same idea. Another thing would very likely be, we would need additional sewer capacity up there, right?
Mhm.
Probably
That's-
a new pump station and
Yep, that's
things
something.
like that. So there may be some infrastructure, well, almost certainly will be some infrastructure. There'll be things that we need to do. And so that, again, becomes part of the agreement. We try to figure out what it is, besides the land, which, we got for free anyway. what the city wants to put into it. What's it worth to us to have, 60 additional apartments?
That's huge.
And it's not just 60 additional apartments, it's how many additional cars and the traffic and the number of people. And I think you always have to think about the rest of it too. And I'm not saying that in a negative fashion.
Well, the question is do we expect it to be additional residents or residents right-sizing their living situation that may already be here? So I think we have a lot of situations where we have a small family living in a hotel room, or people that should be in a 2-bedroom or a 3-bedroom that are having to live in a studio or a 1-bedroom because of affordability. So
And I can see where some of
it may not change the total number of cars or whatnot in our.
I can see some of it being reconfiguration of the status quo kind of thing, but I can also see it as accommodating new workers
Sure.
to town.
Yeah, it'll be both.
Mhm.
Yeah, because as you clear out the other ones, those are gonna fill up too.
Obviously, there's an additional path then for people that, need to get out of houselessness into a property, and that's why you start some of the properties at 30% of AMI. You get a good subsidy on that. As well as 60. Part of it, it's in our comp plan stuff that we've been talking about. Wasn't there something like 1,500 people, I think Alyssa's brought this up, 1,500 people come into Seaside to work and 1,500 people go out of Seaside to work somewhere else. And, if we can provide at least some of that to keep people here, that's, fewer cars traveling farther distances.
And more folks doing business in town as opposed to Warrenton or
Yeah.
Portland.
My only thing that I haven't really discussed with anyone is that, part of the reason we have the school and the park now available is that the school property was, we wanted to move the kids up on the hill. Well, these apartments are right smack in the way, as well as the school was. And so I think this is just an additional reason that we need to be looking at the vertical evacuation structures, or maybe something that could be put in this area. Tom's already told us he's planning on putting on a big vest and wading across the river to escape.
Floating?
I don't want everybody else in the apartment staff to do that, but it's just something I think we need to be considering going forward.
I also want to be sure, what I could envision is that the bus system would also make a stop at this complex.
Absolutely.
And to make sure that it's convenient and safe for a bus to be making it around that complex. Whether it's a school bus or a public bus.
I think we'd let the engineers figure that out. My guess is
Something to think about.
if I'm the school district, I'm picking them up on holiday and not trying to take a bus through the development, but experts can figure that out.
So the thought of having the community center and the after-hours art program for kids, does that sort of also butt up against what we might call after-school childcare?
That part of the proposal was an after-school art program. It didn't go into great depth or detail as to what actually that entails. But childcare is always a need right now, especially when there's few locations in Seaside that offer it. So there might be opportunities within that community center to do something like
Have
that.
some childcare.
another possibility is kind of the opposite age of the age spectrum. We got a lot more seniors, you know, we've talked about 32% of our population is over 62. And that means there's a significant amount that's in their 80s, you know, moving out of a bigger home that's on a big lot that would, you know, maybe be better utilized by a family if they had a ground floor apartment here. You know, that might be an ideal thing.
And will the only way to the second and third floors be by stairs?
That's what they're proposing
Yeah.
here.
Okay,
Yeah, they stay in here, it's a non-elevator
right,
development.
that's what I figured. I'm curious, were there any things in the other three proposals that struck you as being good ideas that maybe would want to be
Brought over.
brought over? Were there any other things that you thought, oh, well, yeah, that's a good idea too?
I didn't see the other proposals as being as detailed or
Right.
as
They were
in-depth.
close,
Why did you-
yeah.
And part of it too, when I had discussions and answered questions regarding the RFP, was not to focus so much on open space within this complex as we would in other complexes that are standalone. We've got a giant park that's gonna be built right next door with access, so they really focused on, okay, we've got a play area for young children that is fenced in, which is what this area right here is to be. And the rest, you know, there's an outdoor gathering covered area, but they really didn't focus on that kind of open space mentality that you would typically see. They focused on how many units can we get in here to make a conceptually nice apartment complex that's attractive and that fits in with the neighborhood, while utilizing the park space next door as the play area and open space for the complex. And some of our other proposals, they may have conceptually had different play areas or different open space ideas in there. But this particular project was able to fit the most units while almost meeting our parking requirements. Some of the other proposals were pretty far off on our current parking requirements, and that's the standard that I use. And I will put out there, because I know the mayor asked me, you know, as we started scoring these, is how do I score these? And I had questions from Steve Skokolowski as well, and my answer was, this was the criteria in the RFP, interpret it how you interpret it, and come up with what your best score is. So it doesn't, my opinion, doesn't leach into our scoring process.
Right.
That it's strictly the opinion of the scorer. And we all pretty much came out really close to the same scores and the same ranking as with Related Northwest as the top by far.
I'm impressed with a lot of their developments that they've completed. They have tremendous letters of support and a pretty solid foundation there.
And is there any, in this kind of a system, do you ever go out and, I'm gonna say, interview their references or who they've done work with or currently doing work with? You know?
I have not spoken to their references. I have spoken with several people on their design team, because they were calling me, asking questions, asking code questions, asking, you know, can we do this? Is this gonna work? Or would this be to code? They were trying to set this concept up to what our codes currently are. And they did do a site visit. They came out and visited the site with us to look at it and to kind of get an understanding of, on the ground, this is what the city's talking about. Seaside's looking at this specific property right here. These are the constraints. These are the objectives, and this is the best design that we can conceptually come up with.
Anybody else come down?
People came down, but the folks that came down did not submit. And as Alyssa said, she's worked with Related on a metro area project, and going back to some of the projects that they've done that were in their submittal, you saw a broad spectrum of housing types, from very urban looking projects with limited parking to more rural setting projects like this one with peaked roofs and different siding materials and different design, that shows that they've got a broad spectrum of designers that can, I think, come up with a good looking and fit in the neighborhood type of project for Seaside.
Anything else? This is on our agenda tonight to make a decision. We can have more discussion then if you'd like. But the main focus of this was to give us this background detail. Anything else, Alyssa?
I don't have anything else to add. I'm just happy that we have the opportunity to bring some good affordable housing with a quality developer who understands what Seaside needs. And I think, frankly, you guys are leading the way in the county in terms of coming up with approaches like this to work on affordable housing. And the county is standing by to be as helpful as we can and overcoming some of the issues you guys raised around financing and development issues. And so we are here to assist and proud of you for the work you're doing.
Okay, thank you.
I just say that one of our council goals obviously is to expand workforce housing, so it's great to see, you know, this project at least starting to move forward, the housing project, you know, across from Dutch Bros there, moving forward, and potentially the high school property being developed into more housing, so I think we're well on our way.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Alyssa. Thank you.
Thank you.
Before y'all leave, I'd like just a little help in decide. We're on to item number 2, discussion of future council agenda items. Various people brought up some ideas. We're probably going to have to revisit the psilocybin. If you remember right, we put it on 2-year moratorium. It was passed in Measure 109 by about 59%. And then the moratorium to put it in through the end, no building or anything until the end of this year, passed by about the same margin. That moratorium's up at the end of this year. So we're gonna have to talk about what we're gonna do. The county's doing it right now because they're in the same position. So that's one. There's been a couple that have brought up what we're gonna do about dune management. Jeff left, but we have already something going on with the state and state parks and all kinds of people involved there. And
I thought you said new management, and I was a little worried for a sec. You said dune management. Okay, now I'm on board.
Okay.
On the dune management topic, obviously it was a big, you know, in the community forum, it was a big topic there.
Yeah.
It'd be almost be helpful, I think, to just get a briefing on exactly what we can and can't do and have that conversation.
I think that would be very good because David and I met with some homeowners and Jeff was part of the meeting. They want some movement on the dune management and dune
This
sand.
was all north.
This was the North Dunes. And what Jeff said to us all is that in order to do anything, the city would have to put in an application with state parks. And he's more than willing to do that. He can do it, he knows what to do, but he can't do it without Spencer's direction, and Spencer's not gonna direct him unless the council directs Spencer to do that.
There's a little more to it than that.
Yeah, I would say it doesn't need to be a
That
city
would be
application.
and that would be the first step,
Yes.
just
Yeah.
to see where we go from there.
Exactly, it's just the first step. So I think we do need to be talking about it.
We've already updated our blueprint trackers, so whether we talk about it in a council session, just quickly say, here it is again, or we do a work session, that'll be coming up sometime soon.
Mayor, would you like me to update the website with those updates?
Sure.
Okay.
And then we also subject that we should talk about here as well, so we understand what the plans are with the county as far as the new means of working with Measure, 4002, is it the new bill that was passed? The diversion programs and all that, the sheriff has been leading that along with the judges and the other entities. CBH is involved, and we could bring them down either to do a presentation during council or during work session. So that's on my list as well. So top priority, what do you think our top priority? What do we need to move to first?
What do you think the timeline is on that diversion? The county coming up with?
Well, they've
some
pretty
ideas?
well already done it all.
They've got it all?
Yeah,
Okay.
so
I think
it's
I
kind
would
of
put
ready
that
to
towards the
go.
top of the list, being that we have the other issues that we're dealing with related to that.
Yeah.
They're all important, and we've got the deadline on the one that ends in 6 months. But, yeah,
Yeah, it's an issue of, I kind of want to see what the county's going to decide, and they'll talk about it at their next commission meeting. If it's going to be something that's, and it will have to be if we decide to put it to the voters, it's got to get on the ballot in a certain timeline. And I think that's like end of August, you've got to have the ballot ready and have the title ready. Reviewed, so that's maybe a little later. Do you remember, Spencer, when the diversion stuff goes into effect? Is that
It's like
end
September, October, something like
Yeah.
that.
So probably the easier one, again, if Jeff was here, he could tell me whether it's easy or not, but we could have just a work session to discuss about where we're at on the entire dune management thing, north and south. And
The other thing that'll go on there is another discussion about the homeless camp once we get here from the Supreme Court, which should be coming this month.
that's right. That's gonna be,
yeah,
I don't think until the legislature acts, none of it will impact us. But
Yeah, that's,
Doesn't matter what they say, so.
but we've already, were we gonna do it in a work session?
we'll go down
Talk
the
about
wrong
the
path
new rules?
anyway.
yeah, I think we are working on those, and when we have a draft ready, we'll either a work session or a council meeting with public input, public hearings, stuff like that.
Or both.
Yeah.
Okay, so they're all important, obviously. I think maybe the dune management, at least
I
to
would
get
say
it
that
out
first.
there, I mean, it doesn't have to be a long discussion, and there won't be anything we really need to probably do with it right away, depending on what Jeff tells us.
There's also finalizing our council's procedures.
Yeah.
Has somebody finalized the draft yet?
I can't honestly. I can't
Was that
remember.
your job?
Did we finish
Or was
it,
that
or did
my
we
job?
have a section left to do? I think we finished it, didn't we?
Yeah.
Okay, that's a good
I think we had
reminder.
just the very end section to finish off, but I don't think there was anything we were gonna change there anyway.
It's been a while since I've dug it up, so I'll dust it off and take a look.
That one should go quickly. We should be done with that.
That may not be a work session needed at that point if we've gone through it.
Well, that has to go through the council.
Taken us quite a few times.
I know.
Okay, thank you very much. Our session is adjourned. We'll reconvene in 15 minutes. Working? Okay. Call the council meeting to order. June 10th, please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic that stands indivisible. Kim, please call the roll.
Sorry. Thank you. Mayor Wright,
Here.
Councilor Montero,
Present.
Council President Pazalski,
Here.
Councilor Horning,
Here.
Councilor Frank,
Here.
Councilor Morrissey,
Here.
Councilor Dillard.
Here.
Thank you.
Thank you. Everybody's here. I have a motion for approval of the agenda.
So move.
I'll second.
That's Randy. Councilor Frank, Councilor Morrissey. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. We have two proclamations today. Did anybody from the Legion come? I apologize, but I got kind of mixed up and I forgot to contact them. So I'm going to actually do what I normally do at the end of the meeting. My quote was about,
He's from the Legion.
but he's not asked to do it.
Oh, okay.
My quote today was actually the same one I did last year. This was just great. It was by old Silent Cal, Calvin Coolidge, and it's about the flag. So in lieu of having somebody here tonight, I'm going to read this, and then Councilor Frank will read the proclamation. Calvin Coolidge said, "We identify the flag with almost everything we hold dear on earth: peace, security, liberty, our family, our friends, and our home. When we look at our flag and behold it emblazoned with all our rights, we must remember it is equally a symbol of our duties. Every glory that we associate with it is the result of duty done." I think particularly, and that's the end of the quote, I think particularly when the flag is lowered to half-mast in honor of those that have lost their lives in performance of that duty. But it's also just something that, the flag is representative of what we're doing as our duty for our city and our state or wherever you're at. So, Councilor Frank, please read the proclamation.
Whereas by act of Congress of the United States dated June 14th, 1777, the first official flag of the United States was adopted. And whereas by act of Congress dated August 3rd, 1949, National Flag Day was designated each year as June 14th. And whereas the Congress has requested the President to issue annually a proclamation designating the week in which June 14th occurs as National Flag Week, and whereas Flag Day celebrates our nation's symbol of unity, a democracy and a republic, and stands for our country's devotion to freedom, to the rule of all, and to the equal rights for all. And whereas Americans are a diverse people, but are united by what we believe, that all people are created equal, that all deserve to live in freedom, and whereas we pay our respect to all the veterans who have served in the armed forces of our country. Now therefore, Steve Wright, Mayor of City of Seaside, State of Oregon, has proclaimed June 14, 2024 as Flag Day and urges all citizens of Seaside to honor our flag and nation on Friday, June 14th. In witness thereof, he has set his hand to cause the seal of City of Seaside to be affixed this 10th day of June, 2024.
And we normally honor the the American Legion. They take care of our flags for us when it's when it's worn out. You can take it and to them, and they will take care of it for you. So be sure to fly your flag on Friday.
And if it's tattered, take it to the
Take it to the Legion. That's right. Okay, our next proclamation is for Pride Month. I've asked Anthony to come on up, introduce yourself, and talk to us.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Anthony Kachinas Runkle, and so I wrote a little ditty here. I want to thank you, Mayor Wright, for personally asking me to be here tonight so that I can graciously accept this proclamation on behalf of the queer community, entrepreneurs, and groups that advocate for queer inclusivity, including Pride in Seaside and Seaside Equality Advocates. Seaside's strengths lies in our differences, and it is crucial that we continue to recognize and appreciate them. Seaside is a welcome community for all. Thank you again, Mr. Mayor, for this proclamation and all that you do to better our community.
Thank you. And Councilor Montero is going to read the proclamation.
To recognize. Helps if I turn it on. Proclamation to recognize the City of Seaside, Oregon supports the right of every citizen to experience equality and freedom from discrimination. Whereas the City of Seaside has a diverse community and is committed to supporting visibility, dignity, and equality for all people in the community, and equality for lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, queer or questioning, two-spirit, 2S, intersex, and asexual, LGBTQ, 2SIA+ people, is reflected in the tireless dedication of advocates and allies who strive to forge a more inclusive society. And whereas President Bill Clinton on June 2, 2000, declared June Gay and Lesbian Pride Month to commemorate the June 1969 Stonewall Uprising in Lower Manhattan. And on June 1st, 2009, President Barack Obama expanded the commemoration further by declaring June to be Lesbian, Gay, Bisexual, and Transgender Pride Month. And whereas LGBTQI+ Americans, including those who live in our local communities, face discrimination simply for being who they are and for who they love, and there remains much work to do to extend the promise of our country to every person, making it important for cities like Seaside to stand up and show support for all our residents. And whereas the landmark Supreme Court decision of 2015 guaranteeing marriage equality in all 50 states was a historic victory for LGBTQI+ Americans and continues to affirm our belief that we are all more free when we are treated as equals. Now, therefore, Steve Wright, Mayor of the City of Seaside in the state of Oregon, does hereby proclaim on behalf of the citizens of Seaside the month of June 2024 as Lesbian, Gay, Bisexual, Transgender, Queer or Questioning, and Intersex Pride Month, and encourages all residents to eliminate prejudice wherever it exists and to celebrate our great diversity by taking part in community events throughout June which focus on and celebrate our LGBTQI+ neighbors. In witness whereof he has set unto his hand and caused the seal of the City of Seaside to be affixed on this 10th day of June 2024. What was that?
Somebody's Alexa
Oh.
or Siri.
Thank you.
All right, there you go.
Thank you so much.
Members of the public may use this time to provide comments to the City Council on items that are not scheduled on this agenda for public hearing or public comment. Speaking time is limited to 3 minutes. I have 3 people that wish to speak. First one is Georgette.
Hi.
State your name and city of residence.
Georgette Strummy, Seaside, Oregon. I want to say thank you to Councilman Seth Morrissey for being such a wonderful advocate for me and my neighbors regarding the Avenue S tent camp. For 8 months now, I have lived with the stress and the chaos and the unpleasantness of having the camp across the street from my house. I went from living a really nice life, enjoying my home, And as an avid gardener, I enjoy my yard, much of which I maintain myself. Now, on many days, I don't feel safe to even be outside in my yard. I have had many unpleasant encounters with camp residents who were often publicly intoxicated. On Memorial Day weekend, I had 2 incidents. The first one was while I was working in a flower bed, and an intoxicated male from the camp, I saw him come out of the camp, came and stood closer than you guys are to me and peed right in front of me. During the past 8 months, I have felt dismissed, disrespected, and quite honestly betrayed by the City of Seaside. Thanks to Seth, I'm finally starting to see a ray of hope. I ask that all of you do everything you can in your power to get that camp moved as soon as possible to the location on the south side of City Works. I was interviewed by the Daily Astorian last week, and she asked me if I felt like any of you were actually listening to me or my neighbors about the camp. I said, yes, I knew you were listening, but there's a huge difference between listening and actually hearing or taking seriously what has been said, let alone doing anything about it. I know that Seth is listening, and all of us in my ward appreciate it. The amazing thing about this is Seth is not my city councilman. He's not the city councilman from my ward or my city councilman at large. I have never had one response from Steve Dillard in the many emails I've sent to all of you. Not a peep. Randy Frank, who's my counselor at large, has been polite enough and courteous enough to respond to many emails and has actually offered to come over to my house and help me with certain issues. Seth is not just advocating for my ward or his ward, he is advocating for the whole town of Seaside and all of the people here. The people who actually live here and work here and pay taxes here. With all my heart, I wish I felt that way about all of you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Dr. Pete?
Dr. Pete Batches, Gerhardt, Oregon, and Mayor Wright and Seaside City Council. There are many in this community that stand with Councilman Steve Dillard and commend him for bringing the matter of certain age-appropriate books in sections of our library to the council for a discussion. We stand for the protection of our children in regard to what they have access to in our public library. We are saddened that he has been falsely accused of wanting to ban certain books in the library. We are saddened that he has been misrepresented in this community regarding the issue initially introduced to the City Council for discussion. We uphold Councilman Steve Dillard and as a conscientious, respectful, and true servant of our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Vivian?
Vivian Batches from Gerhardt. I am here to stand in support of Steve Dillard, as I have heard there's some action to recall him. At the last meeting, where Steve presented his thoughts on the library book issue, I remember him starting out his presentation as he was saying he was not talking about banning books. Rather, he wanted to look at policy and see if some changes could be made about some children's books. So I was surprised to listen to the public comments that followed after this meeting and hear how many people were stating that they were against book banning and implying that Steve was for that. What I would like to see in our community here is that adults be adults in the room. Name calling and accusations don't get us anywhere. Why not focus on solutions, not our differences? We love our children and all want to see them thrive. What has happened to compromise and working together to help the children? Let's take the high ground and appreciate each other in the midst of our differences. Let's stop the name calling. I saw a picture on social media just a day or two ago. There was a sign in someone's window in their home that said, "Ban bigots, not books." I'm sure a child did not put that in the window. That seems like bullying to me. We teach our kids not to bully. What kind of an examples are we as adults being with this issue of library books? I hope Mr. Dillard stays on as the great councilman he is. I know him to be a fair-minded man who wants to find solutions to the issues before us. Thank you. And I just want to also say thank you, Mayor Wright, for honoring Flag Day. Really appreciated it.
Thank you. Does any counselor wish to declare a potential conflict of interest?
No.
Yes, sir. I have a potential conflict on items 12A and B.
12B.
Sit in the audience.
Okay. I have a motion to approve the consent agenda.
So move consent agenda approval and paying of over $1 million in bills.
I'll second.
Counselor Frank, Counselor Morrissey. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. We have two presentations tonight. First one up is Seaside Parks Advisory Committee has done a bunch of work for us and are going to present what they found on the North 40 Parks ideas. And I see our Public Works is director's coming up as well. Great.
Yeah, I was his ominous.
Before we start, this is a team effort from the your Seaside Parks Advisory Committee who are here. So we have Nancy Holmes as our chair, and Pam Beerley, and Mary Blake, and the rest are missing. But it was a team effort, and I'm really glad that we could present it to you. It's a five-month process that we went through to put this together. And if you look up at the screen, we'll start out with something from the Seaside Museum, which shows you the North 40.
Really?
Missed to do that because I know there are some historians here on the council. And
That's the North 40.
The house that the red arrow's pointing at is actually Jeannie Michelle's house. And then next to it is the Sunquist home, and next to it is the original Central School here in Seaside, and that is the North 40. Originally, it was called the Clatsop Grove. And here's two maps from 1909, 1910 that show you what the North 40 looked like. You'll see it really just was trees, and it really was undeveloped next to Stanley Acres. Here's an overhead view of the first development. Next to the North 40 is the Union High School. The Union High School didn't have the ball field over north of the school. It was actually east of the school directly. And you can see the big grove of trees just to the left of that arrow. That is the North 40. That was followed in that is the Union High School, by the way. So you can see the ball field behind it. It closed in 1962 and was replaced by the Seaside High School in 1963. It closed in 2021. And they relocated the ball field from the east side of the school over to the north side. So the Parks Advisory Committee had some original plans, concept drawings that were put together by Cameron McCarthy Development, and this was the initial drawing showing the conditions that are out at the North 40 currently. You can see it's just a large play area. It's a baseball field. You have a dirt parking lot. You have a portion of the track as part of the North 40, and then a bunch of trees. So the committee on January 4th was asked to put together this survey. And we had to collect recommendations and opinions from the community, from everybody we could, and on one of the potential uses of the North 40. Not what to use at the North 40, but just potential uses. And these things were prepared on January 12th. We put the survey and released it. It was electronically available through SurveyMonkey. It was downloadable on the city website. It was available with paper copies at the Visitors Bureau, at City Hall, and the Community Development Office. Further, we did advertisements of the survey, widely advertised, through social media channels, local printed and electronic news networks. We posted it on websites and social media and Nextdoor. We made announcements as City Council, thank you. And at various meetings at local groups, we put up posters around the city and in businesses, and we made presentations to community groups like the Rotary Club, the Elks, and so on. So we did and we sent out some emails, a lot of emails. And we had 2 advertised public meetings where we invited anybody who was interested in the use of the North 40 on March 7th and April 4th to come down and make a presentation to us, which some did. Nobody submitted any written comments at the time. So, 3 concepts for the North 40 is what this development group came up with. Basic park concept, sports complex, and a standard park. And they produced 3 concept drawings for you to review. And again, we're only going to give you the recommendations from the survey. You're going to make the decision of what's going to happen to that park. So the first concept is the basic park. And the basic amenities that they included in their concept is an informal lawn, a flex space, parking, restrooms, a walking path around the North 40, and natural habitat. That's just basic parks. Next concept was the sports complex. And again, there are a ton of sports out there. And if you participate in the survey, we put everything in there, including a shooting range. And you had softball fields, baseball fields, soccer, it could be anything, a play area, a picnic area, an informal lawn for sports viewing, restrooms were always included in these. Parking was always included, a walking path again around the complex, and a natural habitat. But again, these are only concepts. The survey will tell us what the public really wanted. The last concept was the standard park. Again, this was informal lawns. It incorporated a dog park, a play area, a picnic area, again, restrooms, ample parking with the walking path again, and a natural habitat. So, survey started. First question. A very short survey. We tried not to make it too difficult. Which possible use of the North 40 Park do you prefer? Well, by far, it was the sports complex. So you can see that the percentage was 66%. To participants, the second favorite idea was standard park concept. The next question was, are you a resident of Seaside? So we had to validate that the actual survey included the residents of the city that's going to pay for the North 40. So again, the majority of respondents, 63%, were from City of Seaside. Another 25% were local residents here, but they either worked or used facilities here in Seaside. We quantified and validated the survey by looking at IP addresses of all the respondents to make sure that there wasn't several duplicate IP addresses, just to validate that we weren't being inundated with one particular opinion. The next question was, which age group did you fall in? I was really surprised about this. The average age turned out to be about 44 years old. So it was families, parents with children. The next question was your gender. Again, the majority were females. 64%, 31% male. So, big question, how important are the parks to you? Well, that again, like you saw in the comp plan that you saw the other day, that was a question that, was kind of open-ended, but obviously it's very important. 75% of people that answered the survey said it was very important. So based on your choice of question 1, which was a sports complex, give me multiple choice of options that you want to see in that sports complex or in that facility. The green indicates that it was the number 1 choice. Blue is number 2 choice of the respondents. The yellow is the 3rd choice. So mixed sports field is the majority decision. Again, that validates that a mixed sports field or a sports complex was a favorite choice. So drilling down, people were more specific. What kind of sports do they want to see in that park? Baseball park, number one, which is the current use. Softball field, paved walking path, a dog park, and a soccer field, playgrounds, and play area. And as we go down, there are other choices. The pickleball courts, there was a lot of people responded to that. Picnic area, basketball courts if available, and so on. And you get down to the very bottom of the survey. Lacrosse was the least favorite, followed by lawn games, so no darts. Rock garden, no. BMX style biking, and so on. So, the shooting, well, shooting was right there in the middle of the bottom. So,
Shooting range.
so did you get a copy of this, the survey? No? Okay, well,
We have put it in your, it's all in your OneDrive folders as of the start of this meeting. So after this, you can go through that.
Thank you.
and get through it.
there are detailed answers, and people had the option to, of course, make a choice outside of these fixed choices. So you'll see that there are a lot of other comments, and you'll see there are a lot of comments. There are over 300 comments at the very end of the survey of people of what they would like to see in the park. So this is what's called a word cloud. And so when the people make their comments, what are the favorite words that come out in the comments? And obviously the big is community, park, kids, area, need. So take that as part of the response. So Seaside, the Parks Advisory Committee, we sat down for 3 meetings, and we put together recommendations to present to you to review, and then make your recommendations to pass on to the next designer. So our recommendation first was option 2, sports complex is the community's first choice, best use of the park. The recommended mixed uses for the sports complex are baseball, softball, and soccer were the 3 top sports that we recommended. The wanted to also include artificial grass as an option in the development of the complex for low maintenance. It would really, really help turning over the field and keep the whoever's maintaining the field, keep it in good shape. Preserve the existing trees that are in the North 40 and integrating them harmoniously into the landscape. Replace the current track with a path around the North 40. Now the path, if you actually draw a path around the park, it's almost a half mile. If you incorporate the entire North 40, if you just do the park, it's about a quarter mile, 2,000 some feet. Incorporate a sizable dog park as part of our recommendation, featuring segregated zones for both large and small dogs. That was one of the requests. And establish a second smaller beginner-friendly skate park in Seaside. A lot of the respondents to the survey couldn't be kids, and we did have people make presentations to us live that a skate park should be included in there, a beginner's park, and you'll see a photograph of a sample park here at the end of our presentation. And finally, the usual things that go in a park: place picnic tables, restrooms, parking, fencing, gates within the sports complex with careful consideration to optimize the functionality, accessibility, and aesthetics. We really talked about putting the access from 101 and not Holiday Drive. I know there's development going on the estuary, but at this point it would just cause too much traffic congestion on Holiday Drive if you tried to put the entrance there. So with that, we have questions. You'll see that there's an example of the dog park on the top right, on the right there in green. You see kind of a path. What we're envisioning, an 8 to 10 foot wide path. Again, it's up to the contractor that you select for the development of the park to kind of design it. You see an example of a beginner skate park. It doesn't have to be quite that big, but that is an idea. And of course, you have a butterfly. So with that, that's the natural habitat part. So with that, if you...
What did you need me for?
He's our advisor. We're called the advisory committee, but
you told me you needed me up here, and I was just wondering.
He's the guy we advise too.
Yeah. No, these guys did a lot of work. It was amazing what they come up with. It's a long process. You guys, very dedicated people on that committee.
Great.
Counselors, do you have questions, comments?
What's the next step in the process now that we have our recommendation?
So, thank you. Let me take a few minutes. One thing I'm going to correct Bill on this one. You are not an advisory to Mike, you're an advisory to the city council, which is why you're here tonight advising the city council. So Mike gets all the advice he needs from me, so. No, we appreciate the work of the Parks Committee. This is a long time coming. And, as I review this, the presentation and the results, I think in my mind, well, I could have said sports complex in the beginning. That's what I voted for. That being said, I think the process is important as the end result because it gives everyone the opportunity to provide feedback. And so if there are people who have a strong feeling that it should be otherwise, we have good reasons, not personal biases, that we're making a recommendation. And so what I anticipate is staff has received the information now. We'll do our own analysis and we'll key it up for the council for another meeting and to get direction. Invite the Parks Committee at that time as well to come and be able to answer questions. And you'll receive a recommendation from staff as well, where we may agree or disagree and provide you different options as well. And I think we can do one or two things. I think we want to narrow down, if we want the council to approve which type of park. So if it is something that you agree with a sports complex. And then second, figuring out the next steps is, do we want to go out for design on, I see as two ways. One, here's the amenities we want, give us a design. Or do we want to do, it's taking baby steps, here's the amenities we want, give us 3 different concepts that we can consider. Don't go too far down the road, but give us 3, and then we pick one and start fine tuning it from there. Once we get that, then the process would be, once that's selected and we have public input and everything, I believe it's to get a plan to develop the park in pieces so that we can go out and obtain grant funding. And the way I see this park being built and constructed is that through some city funds and quite a bit of grant funds, and doing this one piece at a time. And so if we were to do that based on the priorities of the needs and from a construction standpoint, what needs to happen first, tell us, where do we start? Do we start with the parking lot and then do the baseball and then do playgrounds and then soccer, figure out that way, because I think we'll be able to build this park if we have some patience and we are able to take small bites at it through grant funding. I don't believe we'll find one grant that will fund the entire project. And so, but we can get it in a position where we can start using it soon. But also factoring into, we don't want to lose a season of baseball or anything like that. So there's quite a few factors there. All of which to say, I think we'll come back for the next direction from the council on the next steps on the preferred option and the preferred amenities.
Anybody?
I just say great job on all the work. It's great to see the survey and then also the conceptual ideas to kind of start bringing it to life. So good work on all that.
Yeah.
I was very impressed by how many people responded to the survey.
Yeah.
That's really very
I forgot
good.
to mention that part. 1,171 people responded to the survey.
Yes.
It's pretty impressive.
That's pretty good.
That's excellent. And the committee also adding in the extra little things about, specifically about like the track and the path and your preferences about dog park and skate park. That was good. Artificial grass even. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's Skylar.
Oh, okay. Okay.
All right.
Anybody else?
Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. Mike gets to be here on his own.
Yeah, it's good.
Our annual report for Seaside Public Works. Oh, you do get a helper.
Yeah, there's my
Excellent.
right-hand man. He's got to be here too. Okay, this is the City of Seaside Public Works. This is 23 and 24, I guess it would be. Oh, This is committees that we attend, me and Ed attends, we switch on and off. We do the parks, the transportation advisory committee, tree board, Seaside Municipal Airport, and Seaside Improvement Commission. It's just a list of the employee recognition. We will have 3 more here, I hope, in the next couple of months. Those are part-time guys. We need the help, so it'll be nice. This is the street department's responsibilities. They have a lot of responsibilities. Our street guys.
Mike, I'm having a little trouble hearing you.
Oh.
Could you pull the mic a little closer?
Right,
Thank you.
okay, sorry. Okay, this is the street department's responsibilities. You see they have a lot of responsibilities. Those guys are running pretty good. They'll get another guy this year. You can see if they're cleaning out the bridges there in the wintertime to cleaning bathrooms. So our water department, this on the top right, there's a water plant. Guys fixing a water meter there. And the bottom is the new Thompson Falls generator building. We did that in-house. We built it in-house, saved us a lot of money. Thanks to Ed. Ed is amazing at doing that stuff. And he designed it and the guys built it. So it is their last generator on the water system that we need. So Thompson Falls, when the power goes out, they'll have power, or they'll have water. Wastewater has been a big job this year. We've learned a lot. We've done a lot. See where they've done the booster station, they've rebuilt that booster station on their own. They're starting these potholes are coming up all over the city, which is failing collection system. And there was they did that manhole ring on 7th Street there last week and did a really good job on it. Really, those guys are really doing good. They've got 2 more people coming there too. They're doing an amazing job. I think yesterday was our first 100% removal of from the plant. So it was the first time it's ever happened. That plant's running pretty good. And the 2023 projects, finished the Downing Park. That was Dale's project. He started and we finished it. Relocation of the homeless camps on TS Street. Moby mats. Broadway Park playground equipment that was donated by Robert and Merva Justice. I think, Tom, you said you knew those people. He taught for 27 years at the Seaside School.
He was my 8th grade teacher.
8th grade teacher, so. And he wanted to donate that really bad, so that was, we got that done. The family donated all the money it took to do that project. And as we saw before, the Thompson Falls generator project, the Coho Creek culvert replacement was completed. We had hydrant flushing in April. We always flush hydrants in April. One lift station. Assisted in the railroad gardens. The Highway 101 Avenue A to K project was completed. Did airport tie downs was completed. The north tank cleaning and repair. We didn't get it painted. We're working on that. We'll get that soon. And then we will be doing pavement restriping here soon. We did a lot last year and we're going to continue this year. A lot of that to do. This is the highway project. If you look at the one on the left is new and compared to the old on the upper right. I mean, it's a pretty big difference, I think. Right. This is the Thompson Falls project on the generator project. And then the bottom we got the Moby mats. We're working on those. We check them once or twice a week and they're going to have to be pulled back up and replaced and relayed. Since the tide's going to stay out a little bit further, I think they need to be, we'll be working on that probably this week. And there's the Downing product after it was finished. And that is the piece of equipment there on the bottom is what that family donated to the Broadway Park. Kids seem to like it. I see them on it quite a bit. Community Gardens project. Wahana Creek project. That was a big one. That was a lot of fun, I guess. As long as it's over. Yeah, that was a good one. And upcoming projects. You want to talk a little bit? Do something? You're good? Okay. One of the biggest projects is a wastewater treatment plant infrastructure and equipment upgrades. That's going to keep us busy next year. We're going to develop a food, oils, and grease program. I don't know if you guys ever heard of that. It's called FOG. It's mostly in the downtown restaurants and stuff. And we have the wastewater master plan coming up this year. The Wahana Pump Station in Force Main, I think that is actually the hospital plant, our hospital lift station is the one, and Force Main is that needs to be. And Ed works a lot with police and fire seismic upgrades. Like I said, he's done a really great job at that. Pavement management, I've been working on. This is one of my favorite projects, and hopefully next week we'll get the report back from them. And developed a new Alder Mill property, Rural View Reservoir interior painting, which is hopefully we'll get that done, and the master plan for the water and the fire training tower. And if you guys haven't been to Public Works, that's almost done. It's close. The tower. It's pretty impressive. And this is our 26th year and counting of the Tree City USA. That was one of our goals, to make sure we keep this going. So that's all good. And thank you for your attention. I mean, you guys have any questions? No?
Counselors? As always, we're very proud of our city and the work that your team does to keep it looking good.
They have a great team.
Under control.
Yeah. Our team is amazing.
We'll try to support you any way we can.
We all know better. Yeah. No, we have a great team, and we'll keep it. Hopefully, we can build it 3 more stronger this year. So.
I do have a question, Mike, on the pavement plan.
Right.
Is there a date for completion on that?
That is, I have a meeting set up. He's gonna send Spencer and I a meeting request for next week on Tuesday to discuss it, to figure out what he found, and then we'll have to go forward and figure out how we're going to do it. He may even come to the council at sometime.
Yeah, I had that on my notes to mention tonight. Once we get the report and digest a little bit, we'll schedule a time for the person who prepared it to come, and either during a work session or a presentation come, and we'll have a discussion with the council and walk through what the results are, what they mean, and start to be thinking about what we need to do about it.
What we got to do, yeah. I'm pretty excited about it. It's that for some reason they stopped doing the maintenance management program in 2013, I think. So, and Spencer and I have both wondered why. So we're going to start that. We're going to go for it and see what it does.
With our weather, you can't stop.
Can't stop.
As far as the Royal View water tank, you mentioned that you guys were doing some interior painting. I know that we were potentially going to have to do major upgrades to that. Are we able to salvage that for a period of time?
We're working on a grant for that.
The upgrades is the painting, and we are just about ready to submit the request for the loan/grant. And we thought we had all the paperwork done, and then I saw that there are 26 exhibits that need to be included. That I just thought I had the application filled out. And so I think it's all come together. We've got to put the package together. So I expect this week or next week we'll have that submitted, and we hope to have it submitted and then awarded potentially as an interest-free loan or an interest-free forgivable loan.
Yeah.
Right.
Fingers crossed.
Right.
Hats off to Public Works. You guys have a very tough job, but you have a great team and you do it very well.
We do.
I'll appreciate it.
We did drain that tank and do a bunch of work to it that wasn't, and when it was built, they were supposed to drain it the year after that and weld everything to the floor because they let it settle for a year. Never happened. So that was done. We did that and did all that, and there's holes on the floor and stuff where they had to weld it. So they did a lot of work to it, and then we filled it. So
one of the things we may do before the painting project, because we have to drain the tank anyways, we may just need to do a field trip with the council and have you all come walk through the tank.
Absolutely.
Well, it's interesting you mentioned that because I was actually going to get a tour of it right before they filled it, but I think you guys started painting it a day early.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. We'll do that. It's pretty interesting to go in there. It's pretty cool.
I think that Public Works is one of those situations where when things are working, nobody thinks about it. Nobody thinks, why is it working? Nobody gives it a second thought or even thinks to thank somebody that it's working. But the minute something isn't working or there's something wrong, it's kind of like, oh, they're not doing what they're supposed to do.
Right. Yeah.
So there's not enough positive out there and thanking that this is the work that Public Works staff does keeps the city afloat and going.
Yeah.
I mean, I would agree. I've lived in Seaside for many years and never really even thought about what it took to actually keep the city running. And then taking the position here with the city, I was amazed of how much day-to-day stuff occurs in order to really keep the city going. I was really amazed, and really amazed at the amount of work that the team can accomplish with the little numbers that they have staff-wise. So I think it'll be you'll see an improvement once we can hopefully get some more people on staff.
And it's not even always doing something, it's the monitoring, making sure that you have that periodic monitoring or you're watching things and all the different things you have to watch.
Right. Yeah, absolutely. We can go into a week with something on the schedule and it changes in a heartbeat. So they're very flexible.
I enjoy that about it too sometimes. Sometimes it's frustrating.
Well, thank you.
Yeah, we just hope we can get it done. Oh, thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And you didn't even mention the street sweeper.
Oh, yeah.
Which also runs up and down the prom.
That's right. The little creeper.
Let's see here. Okay, I think we're down to the boards, committees, commissions. We have one vacancy on the city tree board as well as 2 term expirations. And we've talked about this before with the idea that, Kim wants to say something?
I didn't really want to, but I think that staff would prefer you not to reappoint anyone or just leave the vacancy open, have some people making decisions. Oh,
yeah.
okay, sorry.
We have one vacancy, so we're accepting.
We have 3 vacancies.
Wait, that's exactly right.
Well, not quite yet, because the terms don't expire until the end of the month on the other 2.
Okay.
So they're not vacancies yet, right? Upcoming.
Vacancy
So what we're doing, just something a little different in that we won't automatically reappoint people. We will advertise it. The people that are on the boards that have told us they want to continue don't have to reapply or anything. We'll just decide at a future meeting. But there's definitely one opening right now. So that's available. Send applications in to the city. Do we need any kind of action? I think that's just what we're doing, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Do we need to do anything to announce, like, can we start advertising for the vacancy though? Or do you have to announce that?
Yeah.
You have
That's essentially what we've done.
Right.
Yeah.
I don't think so. Yeah. I can bang it if you want me to. Okay, we're moving on to unfinished business. And I have to read something. And here comes Jeff. Before we get started taking public testimony on these ordinance amendments, there are a few procedural issues to go over. First, does anyone wish to object to these items on jurisdictional grounds? Second, I need the counselors to state if they have any conflicts of interest or ex parte contacts they need to disclose. Counselor Dillard has already stepped down. And third, I'll ask staff to give us a brief report, and then we'll hear testimony from staff, the original applicant, and then anyone else that's in favor of the request, and then anyone in opposition to the request. And following the testimony, the applicant will be given time for a rebuttal. All public comments are important to us. We want to be able to hear from everyone that wishes to speak. We already have a lot of written comment. Individuals wishing to testify should sign the sheet over at the desk by the entryway, which indicates you plan to provide oral testimony. Persons may speak only after being recognized and must state their full name and address for the record. Testimony should be relevant to the issues at hand. Please avoid testimony that's immaterial or repetitious, and be prepared to limit your oral comments to 3 minutes. We encourage written testimony in addition to or instead of oral testimony if you feel that is 3 minutes is insufficient time for you to testify orally. So, turn it over to Community Development Director Jeff.
Thank you, Mayor. Real quick, just to reiterate, individuals testifying are reminded that their testimony and evidence must be directed toward the applicable criteria or other criteria in the plan or land use regulation which they believe is applicable to this decision. Failure to raise an issue with sufficient details to allow decision makers or parties an opportunity to respond to the issue precludes appeal to the Land Use Board of Appeals. The first ordinance tonight is the 2024-03. This removes vacation rental dwellings and bed and breakfasts from the zoning code. The second ordinance we'll discuss after this will re-implement short-term rental regulations under business licensing. Tonight we're here for second and potential third reading and adoption. Our previous discussion regarding this ordinance was brought to my attention. There was a numbering issue. Number 16 was omitted on page looks like 2 of the ordinance, page 23 of your packet. That has since been corrected and changed. Other than that, I've provided you guys with a staff report and can certainly answer any further questions we have regarding this ordinance.
We have a really long packet to scroll through, so letting our counselors get caught up here and figure out where we're at.
Yeah, tell us the page.
Tell you what page it is.
There are bookmarks for
There
each
are
item.
bookmarks, yes.
I'm saying, I'm telling you, it
This
doesn't go to anything else. It won't.
is number 17 of your packet, it looks like, for the staff report.
Page 17 of 142.
My packet has 476 pages.
So does mine.
Yeah, well, sure, shorter.
So what's the page number?
476. Number 17 of your packet. Well, provided I'm looking at the same packet you guys are.
Yeah.
It should be application number 0010, zoning ordinance amendment.
Page 23 or 22, right in that area.
I got it on 17.
Yeah, the staff report is. Yeah.
So this is the zoning ordinance amendment that takes everything related to short-term rentals out of the zoning.
Right.
Okay? We've discussed it before. I will, if there's no council comments at this point, I will open public hearing if there's anyone that wishes to speak on this. I'll close public hearing and councilor comments.
Has there been any new comments or information since our last meeting on this issue specifically?
No, there has not.
I feel like we've had pretty in-depth discussions on this, so I have nothing else to add.
We are, Spencer, do you want to tell us why we're doing second reading over again?
Our last meeting, we did second reading, but if you remember, we had some technical difficulties. And John was playing a videographer on his phone. So one thing we were not able to do is solicit any public comments for this ordinance via Zoom. We didn't have any notification of anyone requesting that ahead of time, but it's possible someone could have tried to log in So my recommendation on this agenda was to do a second reading again and a third reading, just to cover all bases, that someone can't say I tried to be there for second reading and I wasn't able to comment. And land use issues seem to be the ones that receive the most attention. And so just to cover our bases, let's do a second reading again, followed by the third reading. And that's how we've advertised the meeting.
I move that we have a second reading of ordinance 2024-03 by title only.
I'll second.
Council President Pasalski, Councilor Montero. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Spencer?
Ordinance 2024-03, an ordinance of the City of Seaside, Oregon, repealing Section 6.135, bed and breakfast establishments, and Section 6.137, vacation rental dwelling, VRD, from the Seaside zoning ordinance.
I move that we have a third reading of ordinance 2024-03 by title only.
I'll second.
Council President Pasalski and Councilor Montero. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Spencer?
Ordinance 2024-03, an ordinance of the City of Seaside, Oregon, repealing Section 6.135, bed and breakfast establishments, and Section 6.137, vacation rental dwelling, VRD, from the Seaside zoning ordinance.
I move to adopt ordinance 2024-03 by title only.
I'll second.
Yeah, by title only. Thank you.
Well, it's...
By ti-
No,
adopt.
this is
Adopt.
adopt.
Move to adopt.
Not by title
I just
only.
read what was on here.
Right.
Oh. Oops.
And I'll
Oops.
second that.
It's Council President Pasalski and Councilor Montero again. And we will have a roll call vote.
All right, thank you. Mayor Wright,
Yes.
Councilor Montero,
Yes.
Council President Pazalski,
Yes.
Councilor Horning,
Yes.
Councilor Frank,
Yes.
Councilor Morrissey.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Motion carries unanimously. Okay, moving on to ordinance 2024-04. This is to put all the vacation rental things into the Code of Ordinances with a new section. Jeff?
Thank you, Mayor.
You want to tell
Page
us the page? You
40
were just going to do
42.
that. Thank you.
Page 42 of your packet should be the
Thank
start of the
you.
staff report. And again, as the mayor said, this is taking the policies and ordinances of years past and all the work that's been done by the City Council and the Planning Commission on short-term rental regulations and putting them under our business license regulations in the Seaside Code of Ordinances. After our discussion at the last City Council meeting, we made some amendments to the draft ordinance. The first of which is on page 51 of your packet as it relates to vacation rental condominiums and the required trash service. Within the document, the italicized wording is what has been added to cover condominiums that are parts of multifamily dwellings, that their trash service is sufficient for the complex as a whole and picked up as needed, depending on the time of year and the quantity and the use. Condominiums that have their own garbage cans per each unit are going to be required to adhere to the same standards as regular short-term rentals, vacation rental dwellings, and homestay lodgings. In that, when latches will be required, it should be sufficient size for the use of the property as a short-term rental, and allows our compliance officer to determine that the size is sufficient for the amount of trash that it'll collect, and require weekly service for those ones as well. Any questions with that amendment?
Not that amendment.
Okay.
No, I have other questions, though.
The second amendment is on page 53 of your packet in red under sections 120.14 delegation of authority. The word rules has been stricken.
under 120.15. The reversionary clause for the estuary has been reworded in italics at the bottom of the page, and the paragraph discussing the period of 2 years has been removed. That same paragraph is at the top of the page, and we would need to amend that tonight to remove that as well. And I think that's it for changes and amendments to the ordinance.
Okay, I'm sorry that I did not catch this the last time. But if you go to 120.03, issuance of licenses and fees, number 2 under that, states that the application and inspection fee of $500 is due at the time of submittal. I'm wondering if we really want to put the actual amount in our ordinance, which ties our hands then, should we want to change the amount, we will have to come back and amend the ordinance. And I think there's another way to word this so that we are saying there is an application and inspection fee, that doesn't, the actual fee itself does not become part of the ordinance. But when a fee has to be changed, it's just like a lot of our other fees. We have a fee structure.
I believe those other fees are also, or potentially changed by resolution, so the ordinance could be amended to say.
So Tina talked to me
as such.
prior to the meeting, and I was glad she caught this, because I agree. I think a better way to do that would be to amend this to say an application inspection fee is due at the time of submittal, and then the last line, the fee for an inspection, and then something.
And that there is also
that there
a fee.
is a separate fee for an inspection that is separate from the application. And then what we would do is prior to the effective date, like our next meeting, we'll just bring back a resolution. That way, any future changes, I anticipate, all fees change at some point, that we can change that just by resolution and not the ordinance. I think that was a good catch.
And I don't think that that's substantive enough that it puts us behind the 8 ball on another reading.
I agree.
So,
Particularly if we keep the 500 and 100 as the first fee, first
exactly.
setup.
Exactly. I just want some clarification. 120.10 enforcement. Actually, 120.08. Let's go back to homestay lodging standards. Item number 1, owner occupancy required. I want to make sure that we're very clear about that what that means is whoever owns the house has to live in the house in order to rent out rooms under homestay. It can't be somebody who's renting the house on a long-term basis from the owner and then goes and sublets, shall we say, vacation rooms.
Sure. The language is pretty specific. It says owner occupancy required. The property shall be the owner's primary residence and must be owner occupied during the guest's stay.
Great.
If there's other language that you think would help, beef that statement up, then sure.
No, I just want to make sure we're all aware that that's exactly what we mean.
That is the intention behind that statement.
Yes. Okay, so you go down to 120.10 enforcement. I just want to make sure I understand this. The paragraph. A person who violates or permits the violation of any of the provisions of this chapter shall, upon conviction thereof, be subject to a penalty. What does conviction mean?
These This ordinance, being that it's in business licensing, will be cited into our municipal court to be cited or decided by our municipal court judge. So our compliance official would use this as a tool to cite people into court to appear or pay the fine and allow the judge of our court to determine the validity of the fence.
Okay. Let's see what else I had in there. And as we come up a little bit, there's a reference to they're expected to be in substantial compliance. I'm trying to find where that is because I had a problem earlier. What do we mean by substantial compliance with our rules?
I'm going to find the specific location. I don't believe it's substantial compliance with our rules, but substantial compliance with building codes.
Okay.
So we want to make sure we clarify that.
We clarify. And I'm sorry I don't have the exact spot.
It's 120.05.
Number 4, page 48. It states code compliance. A short-term rental shall remain in substantial compliance with the city's adopted building and fire codes, applicable state laws, and the city's Seaside's code of ordinances. So this will be substantial compliance with all of those separate.
So what is the difference between substantial compliance and total compliance?
There may be situations where total compliance is not achievable. However, through alternate methods, we can meet the intent of the ordinance. I'll give you, for example, stairs in short-term rentals. There is a little bit of leeway in the building codes on how that code is applied to stairs, and there may be alternate methods of construction that allow us to meet the intent of the ordinance while still allowing for the short-term rental to go through. Window glazing is something that is also very common, that we use an alternate method for that. Instead of requiring the applicant to replace the window, they install a 3 millimeter thick film over the window that prevents falling through it if it was to get hit or break or broken. That's not necessarily in the code, but it meets the intent of what we're trying to do. So with substantial compliance means we're meeting the intent.
So meeting the intent, because what I don't want to have happen is that there isn't, I'm going to call it equality in the administration of the code, that, well, this person gets this and this person gets this. So if it still means the equality, that you can't meet it this way, but you're meeting it this way, as long as it's meeting it. Okay.
And there are certain provisions in this code that are quantifiable, such as a parking space is 9 by 18.
Right.
There's not wiggle room there.
Good deal.
There's a 50% landscape requirement. That's a quantified requirement. It's clear and objective. The goal of this ordinance is to be as clear and objective as possible. Either you meet the requirements or you don't. This statement recognizes there may be certain circumstances beyond the control of the applicant that they don't meet one of those building code requirements.
Right.
Is this the standard terminology that the building inspector uses?
Yes, it's an
This
alternate
is what
method.
he operates under for years, right? So it's not unusual.
And then the other one that, this is just for clarification, where we're talking about that vacation rental licensing is an accessory use of the home. And where that states is that the home must be, the primary use of the home must be for a residence. And I think we really want to make sure we all understand that and clarify that.
And that one is the one statement in this ordinance that is very difficult to quantify. How can you quantify that the primary use is as their personal beach house or home, and the accessory use is the rental permit? We don't have the capacity to review every rental agreement or stay that happens. The intent behind this is to prohibit a situation where a large investment firm buys all of our housing stock to essentially turn residential neighborhoods
Exactly.
into a hotel. Quantifying that, I've tried to wrap my brain around how we could quantify that, and it's not something that's clear and objective.
Right. Yeah, but the intent is to keep it in the hands of individuals as opposed to corporations.
That's correct.
Okay, I think that is all I've got. Thank you.
Okay, I'll open the public hearing for ordinance 2024-04. Any public comments? Hearing none, we'll close the public hearing. Any additional council comments?
I move that we read ordinance 2024-04, second reading by title only.
Yes, Spencer.
There's one more item that we need to discuss today.
We need to make that amendment to strike that first paragraph on page 53.
But before we get there, there's an item that came to light today that we want to talk about before we pass this. Staff has been operating ever since this project started we believe we received a certain direction, and in kind of tying things up and having some last meetings with attorneys today, somewhere along the lines there was some miscommunication, and the reality is different, which we don't like, but is, I think, good news for the city in the long run. The direction we were working with is that there would be a 5-year kind of grace period, if you will, for people to be able to still apply for a vacation rental unit under the existing rules as they are today. The direction we got from our attorney today is no, that does not apply in this case. And correct me if I get this wrong, because that only applies to residential uses. And the opinion of our attorneys is that short-term rentals have always been a business use, not a residential use. And so there is not a requirement of grandfathering in. So we thought we had this 5 years that we were going to have to still take applications. The direction we got today is that may not be the case. The one caveat is that since for a year or so we've been under that impression, we have had many conversations with residents, and the communication has been, you don't need to rush to get this in because you will have time afterwards. And so, in speaking today, it's likely that we will want to, and we will need to have some sort of period, whether that is a year or something like that, that gives people an honest chance to submit an application. So we talked about several different ways to tackle this, with the importance on we still want to get this approved tonight because there are other items that are contingent upon this. So what we anticipate is coming back at hopefully the next council meeting, but probably a very soon council meeting to discuss a grace period for people that have intended to submit an application but have been relying on direction they've received from staff that there is not a rush to do that. And so that we will come back, and the next step would be we'll adopt this ordinance, and then we'll come back and amend that ordinance to allow a grace period for those to get an application in. The good news is I thought we would not be done this for 5 years, and then this is fully in effect. And the good news is it'll be much shorter than that. But we want to have that discussion with what amount will the council be comfortable with, but also our attorneys feel will meet the intent of that someone can't make a claim that they've relied on some bad information. Mm-hmm. Anything else you'd add to that, Jeff?
The crux of the issue of whether this is a residential use or a business use is the one thing that has not been adjudicated yet. So at
the state level,
The attorneys have said their position is that this is a business use, and that's the position that their firm is taking, which takes it out of the Measure 49 claim, which is what was passed that allows for 5 years of a property owner to enact the land use law as it was when they purchased the property, and does not trigger a takings issue.
So many of the decisions made by Planning Commission on policies and such were based on the idea that it was a business use within a residential zone. And hence the reason that all of the ordinance and everything is there is because it needed to be regulated different than a residential zone.
And on the other side of that is on the building code side and safety inspection side, it was treated as a residential use and not a commercial use. So we're in this weird quandary of a situation. But as the city manager has said, we can kind of get the best of both worlds here by looking at an appropriate period for people to be able to apply over the next year and enact that through. The reason we've done this into business licenses so we can change it as things change and review this. So it's another option for us or opportunity for us to look at this ordinance and enact that and make any other changes that may come up between now and then.
We discussed an option of having pushing the effective date out there longer than 30 days and maybe making it July 1st, 2025. But we really don't want to do that, even besides the fact that there's some other issues contingent upon this. We want to start the new regulations, just from a practical standpoint, the amount of work that it takes for our staff to route this all through the Planning Commission and the public hearings and the staff reports. If this is an administrative decision, they either meet it or they don't meet it. We want to get that going as quickly as possible, I think, for everyone's sake. And so what we're proposing tonight is we pass it as is, but we will be coming back with an amendment just to have a grace period in there for those who have been anticipating obtaining a license in the very near future.
And them getting it under the old regulations, which is what we're talking about giving a grace period for.
Yes, we'll come back with better information on what that is, because is that just, I think the main thing where that's been of interest is in areas that are currently allowed and in the future will not be allowed.
Got it.
But that does not mean that we want those to go through the Planning Commission the old way, or that there's other things on bedroom size or number of occupants. I think we would still keep all those the same. And so those are some of the things that we'll clarify as we come back with an amendment. I think it'll be very limited in scope.
So the question here is just specifically where the vacation rental can be located, and certain areas will be off limits, and you're saying those folks would get a grace period.
If they own the property the day this ordinance goes into effect.
Yeah.
So they have to own the property prior to the enactment date of this ordinance,
which is
in
30
order
days.
to trigger that. So any new property owner after, I believe it's July 9th, July 10th, whatever our 30-day period is, will be beholden to this new ordinance that we're asking you to pass tonight.
So we can't have people sweeping in from out of town to purchase properties to turn in vacation rentals. And that's a good thing, because that's what we're trying to prevent. We're trying to keep our stock of housing for residential use.
Right.
Great.
I agree that it cleans it up, and we don't have that 5-year period anymore. That was the worst part
A
of
good
it.
thing. It would have been helpful to have that
Earlier. Yeah.
We'll take it.
We'll take it, yes.
So what is the other amendment, though, right now that we're
Yeah,
supposed
I
to be
was going to
looking
say
at?
specifically what section.
It's duplicated in the top of page 53. Section, it's right above section 120.13. That paragraph
Oh,
right
the
there.
paragraph in the event
Yeah.
that,
It was taken out from the bottom and duplicated, and the language regarding the estuary properties
yes.
is in italicized there.
Which section?
Section 120.12, and it's at the very end of that section. There's one paragraph at the top of the page.
The one that's in red.
Well,
No, not that one.
Below the red.
1, 2, this paragraph is duplicated down below.
And which one are we removing?
Both of them should be stricken.
both of them.
The The language in italics is the reversionary clause for the estuary property.
Right.
It replaces both paragraphs.
Yeah.
Okay, and that's the question I had of the in italics, of unable to complete the purchase of the estuary property, but it doesn't give a deadline.
It gives flexibility on working and continue to work this deal out so that we have the opportunity to purchase it. If the deal falls through, that's the deadline. At that point, then that part of the ordinance is void.
And how long will it take for the deal not to fall through? Or to, I mean,
I think we're hoping to wrap that up.
I don't want to do this for
tonight.
10 more years.
No.
Let's have that discussion in 20 minutes.
Yeah.
Okay, all right. Okay.
So,
So
we're making an amendment to
strike the
section
first-
120.03 in section 2 to basically say the fees are adopted by schedule. And then in 120.12, remove the duplicated paragraph. It starts with "in the event." So that's the two amendments.
Yes.
Yeah.
And neither of those are substantial.
No.
Those are simple amendments. So,
Do we need a public
whatever.
hearing, or did we already do that?
we already did everything.
Okay. Then I move that we read ordinance 2024-04 by title only for the second time.
I'll second.
Get back to my right place here. Okay, that's Council President Basalski and Councilor Montero. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed?
Was that, did you say as amended?
I didn't.
I moved.
Didn't.
Okay. I amend my motion
Yeah,
to, I
say
move to
amended.
read ordinance 2024-04 as amended by title only
And I'll second.
for the second reading.
And those amendments were the ones we just mentioned earlier. Okay. Let's vote again. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Spencer.
Ordinance 2024-04, an ordinance of the City of Seaside, Oregon, adding Chapter 120 to Title 11 Business Regulations of the Seaside Code of Ordinances.
I move that we read ordinance 2024-04 as amended previously by title only for the third reading.
I'll second.
It's Council President Basalski and Councilor Montero. The amended motion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Spencer.
Ordinance 2024-04, an ordinance of the City of Seaside, Oregon, adding Chapter 120 to Title 11 Business Regulations of the Seaside Code of Ordinances.
I move to adopt ordinance 2024-04 as amended.
I'll second.
Council President Basalski, Councilor Montero. Roll call vote, please, Kim.
Thank you. Mayor Wright,
Yes.
Councilor Montero,
Yes.
Council President Pazalski,
Yes.
Councilor Horning,
Yes.
Councilor Frank,
Yes.
Councilor Morrissey.
Yes.
Thank you.
Motion carries unanimously. And that goes into effect in 30 days. Moving on to what happened to 5? 2024-06. Jeff.
All right, this is the ordinance to vacate that portion of 20th Avenue that runs into the estuary from Holiday Drive. Provided to you in your packets, the staff report, as well as the map exhibit that shows a good detailed drawing of the actual right-of-way that's going to be vacated, along with the easement that'll be recorded and put into place to benefit the public for the deck and stairway that accesses the estuary. The ordinance itself has 2 amendments from our previous meeting. The language that was strucken from the ordinance is in red, and the amended language is italicized. And again, it's on this one, it's the purpose for vacating this street. The change in language is the purpose of this street vacation is to purchase the estuary park and preserve it for use and access for the public. The second part is again a similarly worded reversionary clause that if the estuary purchase does not go through, then this street vacation will become void and remain under the curtilage of the city.
Councilors have any questions before we open the public hearing? No? Those were the two amendments that we came up with last time. Okay, open a public hearing on ordinance 2024-06. Anybody out there want to say anything about this? Thanks for sticking with us. I'll close the public hearing. Councilors.
I mentioned this the last meeting, but I think it deserves to be mentioned again. As a policy, I've always been in favor of not vacating streets, and as a council, we've always kind of had that policy, whether it's loose policy, but that has been the action we've taken. In this case, I feel that this is a special circumstance, so I'm in favor of it, and the access to the estuary is going to be maintained, even though it's kind of right on the line of the street vacation, so I am in favor of it.
I second what he said. I mean, this keeps us with access to the estuary, and it serves a higher purpose.
Well, I move that we read
Can
ordinance.
we just hold up a second until one of our councilors returns? He had to step out for a minute. I completely agree. This is a very, very unusual situation. It's definitely for the good of the city, and we have heard plenty from the city about this property. So I think it's a good deal.
Any comments about the vacation?
I move we read ordinance 2024-06 for the second time by title only.
Seconded.
That's Councilor Frank and Councilor Horning. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Spencer?
Ordinance 2024-06, an ordinance of the City of Seaside, Oregon, providing for the vacation of a portion of property described as a portion of 12th Avenue that extends from North Holiday Drive and west to Nicanatum River.
I move that we read ordinance 2024-06 for a third reading by title only.
Seconded.
Councilor Frank, Councilor Horning. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Spencer?
Ordinance 2024-06, an ordinance of the City of Seaside, Oregon, providing for the vacation of a portion of property described as a portion of 12th Avenue that extends from North Holiday Drive and west to Nicanatum River.
You said 20th, right?
Yeah, didn't.
Yeah.
Let me read that again. Ordinance 2024-06, an ordinance of the City of Seaside, Oregon, providing for the vacation of a portion of property described as a portion of 20th Avenue that extends from North Holiday Drive and west to Nicanatum River.
Thank you. Move to adopt.
I'll second.
Moved and seconded. Kim, roll call vote, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Mayor Wright,
Yes.
Councilor Montero,
Yes.
Council President Bzalski,
Yes.
Councilor Horning,
Yes.
Councilor Frank,
Yes.
Councilor Morrissey,
Yes.
Councilor Dillard.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Motion carries, passes unanimously. Moving on. We are up to the third reading of. Maybe we should take a break.
Go outside.
Push on, soldier.
We're on ordinance 2024-07. Kim, this is your ordinance. Anything you'd like to make a comment about?
I would just update the council and let them know that we have not had any comments written, nothing, no emails on this ordinance at all this time. So I think you're safe to go forward.
Okay. Then I will open the public hearing for ordinance 2024-07. Hearing no comments from the public, close public hearing. Councilors, your turn. Hearing crickets.
Well, keeps our downtown looking good, and
Absolutely.
existence for a long time. I think by businesses not showing up and commenting, they're completely fine with this continuing on. And I would move that we read ordinance 2024-07 for a third time by title only.
I'll second.
Councilor Frank and Councilor Morrissey. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Spencer.
Ordinance 2024-07, an ordinance of the, reading the right one, yep. An ordinance of the City Council of the City of Seaside, Oregon pursuant to ORS 223.112-223.132, setting a public hearing, extending the term of the assessment district for economic development known as the Downtown Maintenance District, repealing ordinance number 2023-03 and all ordinances in conflict.
Move to adopt.
I'll second.
Councilor Frank and Councilor Morrissey. Kim, may we have a roll call vote?
Probably the most I've ever done, ever. Mayor Wright.
Yes.
Councilor Montero.
Yes.
Council President Pozolsky.
Yes.
Councilor Horning.
Yes.
Councilor Frank.
Yes.
Councilor Morrissey.
Yes.
Councilor Dillard.
Yes.
Thank you.
Motion carries unanimously. Thank you. Moving into new business. Resolution 4038 regarding solid waste collection rates. And I believe we have a guest in the audience. 2 guests, 3 guests. All right. Bring another chair. Please introduce yourselves. Make sure you, when it's your turn, are you going to speak, that you speak directly into the mic so we can record this for posterity.
Okay, can you hear me
Thank
okay?
you for being patient and waiting. Yeah. Go ahead.
Thank you. Can you hear me okay? Okay. Good evening, Mayor Wright. My name is Dan Blue and members of council. My name is Dan Blue. I'm the Government Relations Manager for Recology Northern Oregon. And with me is...
Katie Hardesty.
Yep.
North
there
Coast.
You go. Hit the little button. Can you say that again? Yeah. Just
Katie Hardesty, Operations Manager here.
thank you.
Hi, Chris Carey, General Manager for Recology Oregon. Thank you guys for your time. We appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you for letting us have some time on your agenda tonight. And we are here, I guess I could do this. Perfect. So we are here tonight to talk a little bit about Recology, our services here at the North Coast. We do want to bring up a special topic called side yard services and side yard rates, and we'll get into that in a little bit of detail. And then save some time at the end, of course, to answer your questions. So I just want to quickly share a little bit about Recology and our employee ownership culture. So we're the only employee-owned garbage company in Oregon, and we're the largest employee-owned company, a garbage company in the country. And for Recology, what that means is no one person can own more than 1% of the company. And so some corporations set aside 20, 30%. All of Recology's profits are shared back with employee owners, and that helps us stay really super committed to safety, efficiency, providing good customer service and all of that. So just wanted to share that with you. A little bit about Recology generally. So we're up and down the West Coast, California, Oregon, and Washington. We have over 3,700 employees serving 37 communities. and also 26 collection companies, of which Recology Western Oregon is one of them. We operate 24 transfer stations, 14 material recovery facilities, and those are the facilities where recyclables go to get sorted into their different streams and sent to market. And then we also operate 8 composting facilities, 3 of them here in Oregon. So a little bit more about who we are here in Oregon. We have 2 transfer stations, one in Astoria and one in McMinnville. We have compost facilities, one in McMinnville, one in Almsville, and one in North Plains. We also operate 2 large transfer stations on behalf of Metro Regional Government in the Portland metro area. And then we provide a variety of services here at the coast, which I'm going to let Katie talk about.
Thank you. So I'm really happy to be back here again. I saw you all last year. Last year I was just the supervisor, and this year I get to be the ops manager. So I came here 13 years ago for the job specifically. I drove the garbage truck. I was picking up Seaside commingle for a lot of years, and then I worked my way up. So there's a lot of room for advancement within our company, which is something I really, really, really promote. So we have finally got to a place where we have low turnover. We've got living wages. We're providing 401k benefits, a really great workplace, trying to make it inclusive, respectful based workplace here on the coast. We have 45 employees, which goes from drivers to equipment operators at ATS, Scale Shack, support staff, mechanics, my team of supervisors that really do a fantastic job. Next slide. So some of the things that we're supporting here on the coast is the Clatsop County Fair. We do tablings there to make sure we're doing our education and trying to get people to recycle right, because that's always probably the biggest hurdle we have here is getting people, especially with the amount of out-of-towners, the vacationers that come in and think wishful recycling, let's just put everything into the red lid, and a lot of it's just garbage. So we do the Solve events, the beach cleanups. We really support the Bob Chisholm Community Center, Hood to Coast Beach Volleyball, and we're part of the Seaside Chamber of Commerce. One of my favorite things is our Coastal Oregon Artist in Residency, where we have local artists apply for our residency, and we pick 2 artists to come in, and they have 3 months to salvage out of the transfer station, and they create all sorts of neat things. And we put on an art show downtown Astoria the 2nd Saturday in October. You can see those are the past artists of just this year, and then we were lucky enough to get a booth at the Crab Fest this year to let them showcase their art again, because we like to give them the opportunity to have more than just one showing and get their art out there.
And I think we do the Artist in Residency program in the Portland metro area. We do it here at the coast, and we have one in California, right, Chris?
And Ashland.
And Ashland has it as well. So it's a pretty cool program. Okay. So before I jump into the next slide and the fun conversation about rates, I just want to say I live in Forest Grove, but I love Seaside. My kids have grown up coming here. My brother owns a house on North Downing Street, and so this is part of like my life experience as being in this town. So now I'm going to talk about rates. Okay, so let's see. So we are here to talk about our 2024 rate review and our proposed collections operation rate adjustment. So just a few things so what we're going to cover tonight, a little bit about why we're here asking for a rate adjustment, and then talk about what that rate adjustment would look like if we were doing business as normal. But we also want to take a look at side yard services, as I mentioned previously. So I'll start out with some of the drivers. Like everybody, we're continuing to experience CPI inflationary pressures, and last year was 3.6 CPI over a 12-month period. We are, continuing to see need to have increased wages for employee retention. The good news is we're fully staffed at this point. We are experiencing some other operational expenses. And some of the COVID-related supply chain issues are still dragging on, and we see that in particular in equipment related to our maintenance of vehicles and that sort of thing. And then we're also looking ahead at our vehicle fleet, which currently the average age of our trucks is 12 years, and we have some trucks that are as old as 15, right? And that's well beyond what we would like to see our trucks. 7 to 10 years is really sort of the good age range of a garbage truck, which is a pretty complex and expensive piece of equipment. Okay, so you have in your packet our rate review report. And when we started looking through it, we saw that with our projections, we would fall outside of the allowable range in the Seaside franchise. Without a rate adjustment this year, our operating ratio would be at 94.77%, and the allowable range is 88 to 92. So we prepared a proposed rate adjustment of 6.89% across all service lines. And that, if we were to do that 6.89% across all rates, it would put us kind of right in the middle of that allowable range. However, we do want to talk to you about side yard services. And so I'm going to go a little bit deeper into what I mean by side yard services and propose kind of two different options for a rate adjustment for tonight. So hopefully this goes well. Let's see. Jump into this next slide. Okay. Yes. Okay. So we'd like to draw attention to the side yard services. And what side yard services really means is the driver pulls up to a house, gets out of the truck, goes into the yard of the house, pulls the garbage out to the curb, services it, goes back into the yard, and puts the cart back. Same thing for the recycling roll cart. This service, we do have different rates for that compared to the curbside set out of recycling carts. And I'm going to go over those differences here in a sec. But having to get out of that truck really impacts our efficiency. It puts wear and tear on our drivers. And it actually makes costs more expensive for everybody in the system because they're jumping out of their truck a lot. Okay. So what you see on your screen in front of you, I want to point out there are basically two types of side yard services, or two classes of side yard services. There's the 32-gallon cart garbage and the 90-gallon cart garbage. And you could either pay a curbside rate for that service or you could pay the side yard rate. And if you look at this table on the right, you can see that the differential on the 32-gallon cart services between side yard and curbside is only 36 cents. Whereas the differential between 90-gallon curbside and 90-gallon side yard is $16.34, or 53% differential. We have found that this is, you want to?
Yeah, I just want to add a couple things about the side yard service. So we're not sure how the rates got this way. Like the incentive.
I was going to say,
yeah,
who came up with the rates?
I don't have the history here, and so that I want to answer that question in a way that says we don't know, but we want to fix it. And as you can see, it's a 53% difference. That's the incentive. That's the correct way to price this type of service, because it's really intended for folks that aren't around for the service to put it out on the day of service. So that's second homes and rentals. And it's also designed for folks that don't have the ability to take it out physically, right? That rate doesn't apply to them. And we want to be very clear. This is side yard services is initially at a lower rate intended for folks that don't have the ability to get it out to the curb physically, right? They can't physically take it out there. They just come get it. So this won't impact that. This is really targeted for second home and renting, and also folks that maybe just have the wherewithal or the ability to pay more so they don't have to take it to the curb. That's what this rate would apply to. Okay.
Got it.
Thank you, Chris. And ironic or not, coincidentally, the exact same differentials exist in some other coastal communities like Cannon Beach, Gearhart, Manzanita. No, sorry, not Cannon Beach. Gearhart and Manzanita. 53% differential on the 90-gallon carts and essentially 2% differential on the 32. So none of us were here when that happens. We don't really know, but it does. The real bottom line is that the differential on the 32 cart size does not cover our costs, and that burden is being paid for by everybody else. And so we would like to propose essentially tonight addressing the side yard service, and so that's where we're at with that.
Can I ask a quick question about the side yard service? Is this something that people would sign up for ahead of time and be on your schedule to do this every week? This isn't just something you see the can up by the garage and you go get it.
We have to sign up.
They sign up for it, the service, and they get, when they sign up for a new service with us, they can choose their rate.
Okay.
And I think 488 folks have sort of intelligently signed up for side yard service at a very, very small rate adjustment compared to the curbside rate.
And I will say the big driver for our community and why I've never lived in a city that offered this would be great. The main reason we have it and want it is so our vacation rentals get serviced. Otherwise, they would never, the trash would never get picked up. They'd be putting trash in other people's properties. So the main people that are paying for this service are the vacation rental owners. So ensures it gets picked up when they're not home.
I don't know that I would quite put it that way. Because I was a homeowner for 2 years before I moved here, and this was the only way I could do garbage, was with the side yard.
So I should say,
second home.
So second homeowners are also a big
people
part
that
of
aren't
it.
living here in Seaside,
Right.
I guess is what I really meant to say.
So I know that I've tried to contact for the last 4 or 5 months. I've gone through the process twice of asking for side yard service to be added at my home. My wife's in a wheelchair. She can't take out the garbage if I'm not there. And I do travel substantially. And I'm told somebody will come out and take a look. And then I never hear anything. And that's happened twice already in this process of trying it. And I don't know if it's just because we're trying to avoid doing more side yards or where in that process it would have fallen down.
So we appreciate that feedback, and Katie will take care of that
Yeah.
tomorrow.
You can bet you'll get a call tomorrow.
But
I just need to come and look and see the trash cans right next to the driveway.
I can tell you right now, if it's within 40 feet of the curb and you can see it, then you're good.
That's what I figured.
That's the other thing is we're also trying to enforce the rule because we're going in garages, some of it's crazy. Yeah. So our intention is not to eliminate that type of service. It is needed in the coastal communities. We get it.
Absolutely.
We just want to right size the rates correctly and make sure that that one group of rates isn't subsidizing another. And that's kind of what's happening here. Good.
Yeah.
So, and as Chris said, folks who are elderly or disabled can have a side yard service at the curbside rate. So we're not proposing any changes in that service that we currently provide to those customers. So this is where it gets a little bit, maybe not confusing, but we have essentially two different rate sheets proposed in front of you. The first option would be to do what we originally intended, which is just propose a 6.89% rate adjustment across all residential, commercial, multifamily services in the city. Given the information that we provided about the side yard rate differentials, we would like to offer you option 2, which is instead of a 6.9% rate adjustment across all services, reduce that to 5.7% for every service line, with the exception of 32-gallon side yard cart services, and that we're proposing to adjust those by 53% to get the 32s to the exact same differential as the 90s. So that's really what these two different proposed rate sheets show. Both of them bring us the same amount of the revenue requirement, which is articulated in the franchise agreement, necessary for us to stay within that operating range that the franchise agreement allows for us. So that's really where we're at, and happy to answer any additional questions. I think that's...
Can you talk a little more about variable 1 and 2?
Yeah.
You're not going to put that up there without talking about it.
We've been to council a few times, and that's been some questions that we have. How do we start that program? How do we get it going? I think what we've determined is that we'd have to add a truck and a driver and carts for a substantial amount, and so it is a big expense to add that service and we can come back and provide you with a number. We don't think we should do it during this rate time, and I mean, maybe we're wrong. You can ask us to, but what we're going to propose to you, and if you're not familiar with it, is the RMA, the Recycling Modernization Act, that's going through the state processes right now. Which and Dan can go deep here, but it's producer responsibility, and it's essentially producers paying into the system, so that we can improve on the recycling processes and the marketing. It's a very large endeavor, and it essentially takes all the recycling that's collected in the cities and counties across Oregon and standardizes that, so we'd all be collecting the same things. But what it does is it takes some of those PRO members, which are the producers, takes their money and helps pay for these programs. It's not there yet. So what we want to propose to you is, let's get through the RMA in about 8 months, and that money will be available to get this added rate or added service in play at a much cheaper cost, because they'll pay for the carts and help with some processing fees and maybe even some of the equipment. So we're close, is what we're trying to say. If we do it now, it's going to be at a higher rate, because we'll buy the truck and the carts and everything. I think, and plus we're not sure what products we're going to have to collect at this point. So we're close, but we're probably back in front of you guys after RMA is approved. And we're working with all the cities that we have franchises in, because there's a lot of confusion. They're reaching out to you guys asking for surveys to be filled out and processes, when we will help with that, right? There's also a process that allows us to work with the state on your behalf to talk about what's needed in terms of equipment and what products can go where. So I know you want to talk about that, but I think we're probably going to be in a much better position to do it in next year's rate making, because we'll have a really good idea of what the PRO and the RMA will be able to contribute to this. And it's pretty substantial, we think. Is that helpful? I mean, it's not probably what you wanted to hear, but I think long term, it's the way to go.
And if I could add, June 28th is a deadline for a questionnaire that the RMA is requiring of all jurisdictions to fill out. And I will be working with your city manager to respond to that 100+ question survey before that deadline. And that is not any kind of commitments. It's just some ideas about what could you use some additional RMA funding for to improve recycling here in your community. So just want to let you know that. That's why we put those variables up there, because we've had those conversations recently.
And I'll add one more thing. There's other cities that are around you, have you trapped. We'll be working with them as well, and if we can consolidate some of those cities, it helps lower the price as well, because we spread it across more folks. So
Sure.
So going back, there were two options. I just kind of want to show you what the impacts would be for those curbside customers. If we were to do option one, which is just the 6.89% rate increase, you would see the 32-gallon weekly curbside customer go up $1.27 a month. That is for a weekly service. For the 90-gallon weekly curbside, they would go up $2.12 a month. Again, that's monthly for weekly service. And then on the 32 side yard with recycling, $1.29 and $93.24 monthly. If you were to take option two, which is what we're kind of recommending here, the monthly impact for those 32 weekly curbside customers would see $1.05 a month, and the 32 for the side yards, $9.96. The 90-gallon weekly would see $1.75 a month, again for weekly service, and the 90-gallon side yard would be $2.68 more per month for weekly service. What that would do in the far right column, it would right size the 32 carts to that 53% differential. We did present this to Gearhart a few days ago, and also Manzanita, and Gearhart adopted this change on the fly. Manzanita was interested, but needed a little more discussion because I had a miscalculation on one of my slides. So I'm going to come back to them and talk to them. So I think that is really it. And, I just took a stab at a motion, but of course you have your own process here. But, we are recommending option 2. And I think that's it. We're happy to answer any additional questions you have.
I have a question about on-call dumpsters. And how does on-call work? Is that a phone call or is that a text?
It's a phone call or an email.
Okay, because I've been having trouble getting through that 861-0578 number
You have it memorized?
for 30 years. But that's still the way to get through to on-call? Is that?
Yeah, or send an email. Email might be better. We've had some issues with our call center.
I was having some maybe phone tree problems that made it difficult to get through.
Can I speak to that? Yeah. So yeah, we 100% acknowledge that our hold times have been not good at times. During COVID, we were understaffed. We now have a fully staffed call center. There's still going to be some longer hold times depending on when bills go out because people start calling right then. But on average, our hold times are decreasing, and we're getting now weekly reports from our new customer service manager.
So I'm mentioning this year, not as far back as COVID, but that I've had issues. And a second question is, how do you decide in any size dumpster what is extra and how much is that? Is the lid lifted up so many inches and then it's extra, or how is that decided?
If the lid's up and it's a full bag, like you can see the bags on top of, like over the top, then it's going to be an extra charge. And for the price, I don't have it off the top of my head. Sure. It's different for everyone.
And then so my last question, considering dumpsters, is especially most of them are commercial. What about cleaning and the smell? Is that just solely up to the business owners?
You can call in and we can have it washed. We do a once a year free service of that. So you just call in. We'd either exchange it and just pull that one and give you a new one, and then clean that one and have it go back out to somewhere else. But yeah, you could have it exchanged out.
Yeah. And then the special items like refrigerators and things that get picked up, if people call in for those, because I get this question a lot, especially mattresses, refrigerators, and water heaters, they're asking about, how do I get it picked up? And is it just on a certain day per month, or is it a weekly schedule that they can have it picked up?
It's Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday.
Oh, any of those days?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay. It doesn't take a different truck?
We have a special box truck that picks it up, but goes with our cart delivery. So our cart delivery runs Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday. So he's out in the box truck all those days.
Oh, yeah, nice.
Well, it depends. Well, I'm sorry. Seaside would get picked up Monday, Thursday for that, because that's when he's in this area. Tuesday, Friday, he's Astoria through Westport.
Okay. That's the questions I had.
And I'll just address the call center statistics or lack thereof. Not only coming out of COVID where we're not fully staffed, we got beyond that. What happened is we had our cyber attack, and I'm not sure if you're aware of that, but it had some impacts on our ability to take the calls in a meaningful way where we couldn't get into our system. What we did do is go out and pick everything up, and a lot of people didn't feel that in terms of what the impacts were. You're also feeling it in the way that we have paid franchise fees, because we weren't able to bill for like 2.5 months, and we pay our franchise fees on monies collected. So we have to bill, collect it, and then we take 5% of that as a franchise fee. And so you'll see some of that, and it looks a little wonky in our financials, but know that that's coming back as we bill. So there were some issues that created that, and we saw some big wait times. We're seeing that shrink every week now as we get systems back online, which almost everything is now.
And this comes up every single year. What's going on with wind latches?
It's not even
I
on
got
the
my wind
schedule.
latches when I ordered them.
That was good.
Yeah, once the guy came back in stock, I got them.
So everything we order now is Winlatch. We don't get any carts anymore that do not come with it. So we do have back stock, of course, that we want to use and get the use out of, but everything we get now is a Winlatch.
Okay, great,
There's actually no fee anymore.
Nope, there's no fee.
great.
On the rate increase, I appreciate that you're getting your getting things lined up to where your costs are and wanting to raise the rates on option 2. I understand that a 53% increase would line things up, but that means we've got 488 customers that are going to be getting hit with a 50% increase. Have you looked at this, maybe doing something over 3 years, maybe 18% a year over 3 years, or have you considered that to try to catch it up and make it a little more gentle on these folks?
we can, but it tends to be confusing. It tends to have an issue on the rate every year too, the overall rate. So, we can if you like. We think it's our opinion that I'd like to do it, now versus spread it over there, because then it just creates more calls and more confusion over the next 3 years.
Maybe to clarify, it's not that Recology were receiving that revenue, they would get that revenue from the other residents. So any delay in increasing the side yard service is that much less that we can reduce the increase to the rest of the residents.
So if you look at it from the other perspective, and that is, if you do cut it into 18%, then that's going to bring that 5% back up, and what it means is that everybody else is subsidizing what was a unequal situation caused by who knows what.
They have been anyway.
They've been subsidizing now, and it's just a correction.
Do you anticipate there'll be a lot less folks taking the side yard service if you raise the rate? Because when the rates are aligned, what's the difference? You might as well take it.
So it's a great question. So we do assume some attrition, some folks going out of that side yard service thing. I don't want to pay for it. I'll just take it to the curb. So we did anticipate that. We think it's about 25% will do that. And there's just folks that won't because they can't, because they're not there to put the card out. And they're also the people that are probably best suited to take that price and pass it through to their customers. So I feel it's the least harmful, if you will, in terms of that type of increase.
Well, the only reason I mention it is because for all these years I've been taking my trash can to the curb every Monday, and I could have just had side yard service.
Yep.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
You didn't know it.
Yeah, we're trying to be careful to not make this an advertisement for cheap side yard service. I think you guys
Not
understand
anymore.
that we need to fix it, but because it's the 93 gallon people are paying that difference and getting that side yard service, and the 32 gallon or 35 gallon are paying, what was it, 23 cents?
One other way to mitigate, to your point, Councilor Dillard, that there is the option for them to go from a 90 to a 35 and see still a little, well, I'm sorry. Never mind. Take that back.
Oh, because that wouldn't work.
No.
Never mind.
So you did mention that that there are exceptions to paying the extra rate for side yard service, and one of the exceptions you mentioned was you used the word elderly. What qualifies to be elderly?
All right, so that's a tricky one, right? And
I know.
And we go on the honor system, but we put a little juice behind it. We do go site visit. We do go and talk to the people and make a decision. Is there an able-bodied person in the home that can bring the card out? That kind of thing. It's not very invasive. Sometimes we just do it over the phone. But we'll find that the majority of the folks are honest with us, and it's usually not an issue. We're not out there enforcing in any aggressive manner.
Right.
Okay.
Thanks.
Garbage carts, grocery carts. Everybody's pretty good with the
Right,
honor system, right?
You want to add to that?
No.
Well, I need to open the public hearing here. We've had a lot of comments from the council already. So is there anyone in the audience that wishes to make any kind of statement on our adjusting?
Yep. Okay.
Please identify yourself.
Hi, my name's Pam Beerley. I was not going to talk tonight, but I didn't know you were coming. And it's not about the rates. I think it's long overdue that you be able to raise the rates for the side yard, for the smaller cans especially. So I'm good about that. However, we live in an area where there are lots of people who have vacation rentals, and they come there, and we see all the crazy stuff you see, people putting in the recycle cans. So I'm going to give you this little piece of paper. It's my suggestion. If you put on the top of every red lid can, painted on there or taped on there or something, these are the only things that can go in this can. People would go, oh, it's a recycle can? I didn't, because our neighbors next door had,
Maybe.
I can't even tell you the garbage that was in there. They just filled up their one garbage can and then they filled up the other one because they thought it was just two. So here's your suggestion.
Yeah. Thank you, Pam. There is a lot of education, and we all receive it every year. You say, this is what goes in, this one isn't. And hopefully...
If it's right on the lid...
Yeah. Well, some of the newer cans, yeah, they have that on there. But also for vacation rentals, obviously, that's something they need to educate their customers about.
Yeah, exactly.
Any other public comment? We'll close public hearing. Councilor comments. Before we do a motion, I have a question for Spencer. With our current thing we have here, we have the schedule simply for the 6.89%.
So Kim and I were just discussing that, and when we met last week, I thought we were going to get an updated sheet with the 5%. So that is not in the packet.
Did you not receive that?
No, we haven't received that. And so all we have in the resolution is what's based on the original one instead of the 6.89. So we've got that here. So what the council can do, if you want, let me pass this down to the mayor, is pass the resolution tonight and just state, as amended, to increase the 32-gallon side yard service to 53%, or if you want to say to the fees as provided here.
Well, his
option two.
His motion up there, I think, works pretty well.
Okay.
Good job.
It's just that it affects.
You can tell
a
he's
whole-
the
there's
government.
there's like two pages or 4 pages worth of rates that get affected, and I haven't had time to go through it to see, is it across the board, is it all but one, or how does that work?
So I can answer that. All the rates would be at 5.7, except for 4 of the 32-gallon side yard rates. So one of them is weekly, one of them is every other week, one of them is monthly, and one of them is on call. Those are the only 4 rates that would be adjusted to 53%. Sorry. Sorry.
That makes sense.
Okay. So I would say this motion, and I would say maybe just say, and as provided in hard copy tonight.
I move that we approve Resolution 4038 as amended to have the increase be 5.7% across the board, except for the rate on 32-gallon side yard service to be a 53% increase.
I'll second that.
Council President Pasalski and Councilor Montero, is there any other discussion? Is this an ordinance or a resolution? It's a resolution, okay. And you said by title only?
We have to read it before we pass it?
Resolutions.
Or do we just approve it?
We don't read resolutions.
We read the title, don't we?
No.
Okay. I move that we...
By title only.
By title only.
Yeah. Right. Yeah. Okay, so we have a motion as stated, 5.7%, except for the 32-gallon side yard rates. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Spencer?
Resolution 4038, a resolution of the City of Seaside, Oregon, adjusting the solid weight collection rates.
Move to adopt.
Second.
Council President Pasalski and Councilor Montero. All those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Did you get her phone number?
I bet she has mine.
Yeah.
Yeah, that'd be fine.
Can you guys send us electronic copy of that rate sheet? Yes. We will need that.
Here, give this back to.
I can go back.
We'll give you the hard copy too.
When you call and ask for it, they ask you a few questions.
Yeah.
Okay, it's Zach's turn. Had some discussions
Bit easier for
starting last year about these next two resolutions, and then again discussing it at the budget committee meeting. So, Zach, it's your turn.
Okay. So, do you want to say anything before I get started? Or?
Just that maybe, yeah, to introduce things. We've been working to right the ship in our utilities, starting 2 years ago with the water rates, changing those over 2 years, and then we believe the changes that were discussed and recommended by the budget committee will get us to break even on operations. And we believe that there is still a lot to learn and understand about sewer, but this gets us going in the right direction. We'll have more information as we get more results from our studies. I will say, I anticipate in the near future, we will have, when we have a better idea on what projects need to be done, we'll have some experts come in and actually plan out the financing of all of this, including a much more robust rate fee schedule that shows how we fund things over, say, the next 10 years, combined with grant funding, loan funding, debt funding, and other sources to see how the combination of revenues will go to fund these. But these get us in the right direction, and I think it's a good step, and we're ready to do that. And this comes off of the recommendation from the budget committee.
Yes, it does. So, yeah, it's no secret that our infrastructure is aging and is in various states of repair throughout the city. So, what we tried to do, as Spencer said, was try to get the rates to match up with the operational use of the funds. And you can see that, it does this nicely in the water fund, right? So you can see starting in 2021 with the introduction of the construction of the East Hills water tank, that was the point in time when the water funds went from solvent to basically insolvent, right? And then it has steadily increased through necessity from there. The spike that you see in yellow 2025 is we spoke about it briefly in budget committee, but so that it's mentioned in another open meeting, the water fund took a loan from, I would have to look up exactly, one of the other funds.
It was Convention Center.
Convention Center is my recollection too, but I didn't know that 100% off the top of my head, of nearly $1.3 million. And so that spike that you see in the yellow piece in 2025 is a one-time payment to repay that loan to another fund. And so it should stay relatively stable, if not drop off a bit after that point. But so that we're all on the same page as far as that specific item goes. And then hopefully with after this year, and let me please knock on wood right now, but my hope is that after this year we can just get to a more like a smaller scale inflationary increase environment, so that it's not taking big bites at an apple, because no one wants to do that, myself included.
To be clear, for operations.
For operations.
On the record.
Yeah.
Record. And I know that this is not and should not be a basis to make decisions on, but we do think it's useful to put what our utility bills are, and this is broken down by month. I know we bill bi-monthly, so this is the scenario as it looks with average residential unit throughout the coast, and Scappoose, which they must have just been able to get the rates for that one. But at a 1-inch meter at 7,500 gallons. So you can see the comparison here. You can also see that the rest of these municipalities charge a stormwater fee that we don't charge, and so we've got to make up for that somehow through the fees that we do charge. And then a couple notes. So I project that the water fund, this is after accounting and reducing for that $1.3 million one-time payment because it's non-normal. I suspect that we are going to run roughly $50,000 in the red next year. And then in 2026, we would break that threshold where the water fund would project out to be run at a surplus. The budget committee recommended that we charge rates sufficient to generate about $2.9 million in revenue in water. And then this is the second year of the two-year rate adjustment that we started talking about last year. Now the good news here, and you'll see this on the next slide with the scenarios, is that the recommended increase isn't quite as drastic as we expected that it would be last year. It's not immaterial by any stretch of the imagination, but it's not quite as drastic. And then this would be effective 5 short days from now, so that we could get it onto the bills in August. We would, if approved tonight, we would put a flyer in all the water bills that go out next Monday, so that the public is aware. And then we developed a couple options for you. So on the left, you can see, in the blue, you can see what our current rates are. And we looked at it in 2 ways, just like we did last year, right? One was a pretty broad increase of roughly the same percentage, which if you look at it proportionally, the commercial businesses, which is everything in our system over 1.5 inches or more, would shoulder a little more of that burden just by nature of how we chose to do rates last year. So that's option A. It's roughly a 12.3% increase across the board. Option B takes the methodology that you guys used last year and basically applies it again. So it's a little bit lighter on the residential side. It's a little bit heavier on the commercial side. Both options get us to the place where we need to be in terms of revenue. So I am happy to entertain your questions. I think the next one is sewer, yeah. So any questions before we get into sewer specifically? Seth, you look like you're pondering.
Statement, but I can wait.
Okay.
Well, let's do one at a time. Open the floor for public comment. Any public comments on the water ordinance, water resolution, water rate resolution? Seeing none. Counselors?
There is as we all know, there's a lot of folks out there struggling financially right now, and I think it's incumbent upon all of us to keep rates as low as we possibly can. But with that being said, we have, major shortages, financial shortages at the water department. This is an enterprise fund, so it has to self-generate, so we can't pull from other funds. So I don't really see another option. I do think it is a feather in our cap, though, that when we compare to other cities, Seaside is still lower, and I don't want to take that away. I want to stay lower, but obviously we have to make this fund break even. So I'm in favor of the rate increase reluctantly.
Do you have an option preference?
I would like to continue doing what we did last year. I think that's option A. Am I correct on that?
No, it's
No, it's
option B.
B. And I'm also in favor of B. And you know, when we're looking at these comparisons with cities around us, what we're looking at is we're looking at our proposed rate. We're looking at their last year's rate. I've seen in the paper they're already raising theirs, so the differential is still going to remain fairly large.
I will say, I think the chart is our proposed versus their proposed, because we did go around and gather. Astoria did some work to collect some of this information, and then we did some additional work to get it, so that we are looking at proposed versus proposed.
So what we're looking at is actual
it would
difference.
it would be proposed across the
And
board.
still, it's nice to know that we're the lowest.
Keep the lowest.
And option B would be my choice.
Right. I think it's important that we are making the difference between residential and commercial. So option B is my choice as well.
And that's, that's what we did on the garbage rates too. You know, tried to keep the residents' rates on the lower side.
Right.
People that are paying for all the infrastructure already.
Yeah.
Okay. May I have a motion?
Sure. I move that we read resolution 4039 by title only.
I'll second.
Yeah, with option B.
Oh, with option B.
Yes.
I'll second.
That was Councillor Frank, Councillor Morrissey. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Spencer?
Resolution 4039, a resolution of the City of Seaside, Oregon, amending water access demand charges.
Move to adopt.
I'll second.
It's Councillor Frank, Councillor Morrissey. Just to repeat, this is with option B. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. You may move into
Okay.
the sewer rates.
On to sewer. So here's the picture as it stands with sewer. You'll notice the red line in there is revenue. It does not break even over the next, at any point through 2027. And that is because we don't necessarily know where we stand at this point, right? We know that changes are necessary, but we don't know without a master plan and a priority to how we want to do or how we need to do these projects. We don't know what that looks like further than 6 to 12 months out. So we took a shot at getting us some of the way there next year, and we've got some levers we can pull in the background to try to make up the difference. But this is, as I think all of you are aware at this point, an ongoing conversation as we find out more information about our sewer system.
Can I add one thing to this chart? And that is, while my preference would be that we were breaking even, I think the recognition was trying to, do what we can, what's reasonable. If you look at what's really precipitating this jump, if you look at that orange bar at the bottom, it's our capital. And I think this may in some ways explain the situation we're in, is that you see no capital investment for 10 years prior to this, really, and that's the situation we're in. That being said, I think it was the understanding that the capital we anticipate doing in the short term, we would basically be using our savings, our fund balance that we've saved up in previous years to do that. If we weren't doing that, we're pretty close to breaking even. That was the philosophy at the time, and let's get the capital, the rates, and other revenue sources in the right position once we have a better idea of what those capital expenses are. What we don't want to do is necessarily raise them to break even now, but if they're too high, they're higher than they need to be in a future year. So I think this gets us to the right spot where we need to be now.
Do you think that there's anywhere in here that those capital investments will reduce other portions? So will they save us on materials and services? Will it?
I think they have already. So there's.
Well, I would say bringing in some of our consultants, they found us several ways that we can be saving. Just as we're training our staff, that some things that they were doing weekly or monthly can be done once or twice a year, and they're very expensive and with chemicals and things like that. And so there's some of that. I would assume that with some of the upgrades, we are going to have more power efficiencies and things like that. So I do anticipate that to be the case, but I mean, we're buying a dryer too. So I don't know how it all washes out.
Okay.
Literally.
Water and wastewater are both strongly supported, both at the federal level as well as the state level. And the state, it really is now recognizing that that's a huge issue for a lot of cities. And, we kind of thought, well, maybe we're not quite in that boat. Well, we're in that boat. And so, Spencer mentioned that he's gone out and found a loan that, hopefully is going to be forgivable on the water. We can do the same thing on sewer. We'll work on that capital expenditure part and hopefully, keep it as low as we can.
And a small bit of good news on that front is that we just got news that we were awarded $100,000 as a forgivable loan.
I was saving that till the end of the meeting.
Oh,
but sure.
oh, you keep.
Yeah, so we did apply for and received a $100,000 loan that is forgivable. They don't do grants; they do forgivable loans. For that can go towards our wastewater master plan.
Great.
So
Wonderful.
Yeah, and kudos to our consultants and our partners with the county and the state, because they've been very helpful in trying to find this and identify opportunities for this stuff. Again, I just put this in there as a second piece. Okay, sewer fund. So projected to run at a deficit next year of roughly $500,000. The good news is this is operational funds. So the good news is that the fund balance in the sewer fund is more healthy than it was in the water fund. So our hair isn't quite on isn't on fire quite as much as it was last year. And then, let's see, significant investment. We know that the budget committee recommended that we increase rates sufficient to generate $3.3 million in revenue. And what that equates out to be is about an 18.3% increase in sewer. Now, sewer is a little bit different in the way that we charge for that service, in that we only charge residential units a connection fee. They don't pay anything for usage. And so the piece that residents would see is that
they'd only see the change in the base rate.
$7.42 change in the base rate, but none of the usage piece. That's my last slide. So there isn't another scenario with this one that we brought forth because of the way that this is funded. That's not to say that there couldn't be, of course.
This is consistent with what we did last year.
It is.
Right. Okay, here's your chance again, public. If you want to speak up now, we'll open public comments and we'll close public comments. Counselors, it's it's kind of what we have to do.
Another enterprise fund.
So, may I have a motion?
I move to read Resolution 4040 by title only.
I'll second that.
It's Councilor Dillard and Councilor Horning. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Spencer.
Resolution number 4040, a resolution of the City of Seaside, Oregon, amending sewer service user rates.
I have a motion to adopt.
I move to adopt Resolution 4040.
Second that.
Councilor Dillard and Councilor Horning. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries.
Great, thank you.
We have a lot of business tonight, don't we?
Oh, my God.
That's what happens when you take a holiday off.
Yeah, don't take a meeting off. Yeah.
adopted.
Okay, we're down to, and you know, this has been a long meeting, but we have accomplished some things that we've been working on for a long time.
Yep.
And, you know, the next two items on our agenda are part of that. So we need to discuss the acquisition agreement of the estuary property. Spencer?
All right. Well, long time coming. Say it was a little over a year ago, I got an email or a phone call from the owner of the estuary property saying, hey, are you guys going to do anything? And so they got the whole ball rolling, and I don't think anyone thought it was going to take a year, but here we are. So we, as has been publicized, we have been in negotiations and working to purchase the estuary property. When we say the estuary property, I was correct today. We're not purchasing the estuary. We are purchasing Estuary Park on Holiday Drive. I went online, collected some pictures. This is a really important acquisition for the city. This is, I think we believe, one of the last available properties to purchase of an estuary, you know, not just in Seaside, but there really aren't others elsewhere that we're aware of to be purchased.
In the whole state, too.
Two in the state.
That flow into the river. And this is the only one you can drive up, park your car, and see it.
Yeah, this really is a treasure to the city that we've prioritized preserving. So a couple of the views. You can also see some of our future maintenance. I mean, if you want to throw on there part of the agreement that the current owner needs to bring all the decking up to current standards, we can have that discussion.
Good idea.
I'm sure it'll work.
Great idea.
Anyways, but we're pretty excited about this. So the area in red is the area that we're talking about. Lot 3600 and 3700 were part of the high school property that was acquired by TM Development, and they are separate lots that we intend to purchase. There are two right-of-ways that the city already owns. One in between 3600 and 3700. I thought this worked. Okay. Well, it has the little one, but not the big one.
Or you're looking for the,
Oh no, I'm trying to use the pointer.
mm-hmm.
Oh, you have the special one? Never. Doesn't matter. Oh, wrong button. There we go.
Okay.
So here is a right away that we already own. We'll continue to own, and then there's right away up here that we own, and this was the area that we previously vacated. And so basically, what the city is acquiring is all of the frontage where the parking lot currently exists, heading to the west to the edge of the water there. We think this is a big get for the city. We can preserve this in perpetuity. Oops. We get to what we've agreed to in principle is a purchase price of $2,284,795. And we plan to spend all of our $1,500,000 from ARPA funds on this. The idea here is we believe that this is both a facility for our residents to use and a tourism facility. And so that the funding needed to represent a commitment or an obligation from both. And so the $1.5 million is money that the city can use for any purpose. And so it represents funds that the citizens could use on other things, and we've prioritized to use it here. And then the remaining balance, $784,000 and change, would come from tourism funds representing what our visitors are contributing to this. I will say when I first got here, we talked about coming up with a goal to at least have an idea of how we want to spend our ARPA funds. And we made that decision some time ago to spend it here, and I think that's a good choice. While there are many projects we could do, this is a one-time revenue source. And there are a lot of operational things it could be used on. I know there's lots of sewer improvements it could be put in. I guess my goal is 10 years from now, 20 years from now, if someone asks, what did the city do with that money? We bought this park. And not, well, I think there's a pipe somewhere under the street somewhere. We'll find the money somewhere for that. This is something a little bit above and beyond that I think will have some legacy moving forward. And so I think that's a great use of these funds. Other considerations. Here's why I'm glad we had a long meeting tonight that the developer could sit in, because there was a lot being asked. And so these are other considerations. As we previously discussed, vacating the 20th Avenue along with the access easement. So part of the stairway goes on to what would be the developer or the new owner's side of the vacated road. But we will be able to maintain access and maintain that stairway through this easement. The city acquired lots may be counted as open space on the high school development if it's developed within 5 years. And the rationale there is that between the estuary park and the North 40, there isn't as much of a need for open space within the development. So that seemed to be something that made sense for us to agree to. There are allowances for short-term rentals on the high school property that are described in the ordinance. And to reiterate, those are consistent with the previous practice and the new ordinance that allows for a PUD to make that determination for itself. So we're not making a special exception. However, to ensure that that's there and that we can move forward, we have placed that in the ordinance.
And what's a PUD?
Planned unit development. I will also add the purchase agreement that's in your packet also has some other regulations that we are agreeing to. We are not going to build any other structures on there. We have the allowance to put a restroom, but that would be on the south end of the property. I think the point there is not to obscure the view, which we wouldn't want to do anyways. We don't plan or have any desire to build any other structures. And so to be honest, I don't know if we'd put a restroom there, if we put one at the North 40 anyways, but there are some restrictions to keep the view corridor there. And those are consistent with how we see our vision for using the park. With that, I'm happy to answer any questions, but this is a long time coming, and I think there will be many residents who will be very happy that we've been able to preserve public access, not just to the park and to the view, but access to the estuary. Happy to answer any questions.
There was a request by the seller of the property to reserve the ability to trim tree branches up a certain height, especially on the southern half of this property.
Yeah, Jeff, do you remember off the top of your head what we put that? 25 feet. So we want to keep a view corridor of the first 25 feet. And so the idea is to basically keep those large pine trees that are there, but as other scrub and stuff grows, that we would be trimming that back to preserve that view corridor.
So the brush that's on the growing on the ground, maybe up to 8 or 10 feet tall, would potentially be cleared out?
That's correct. The goal was to preserve the large mature trees that are there now.
It's a shame.
This project was
Pam, we'll just wait. Yeah.
I'd just say this project is a long time coming, and the community really wanted us to purchase it. So I'm happy that we were able to reach an agreement. And I think technically, doesn't this knock off 2 items out of our goals in one swoop, right?
Yes, yeah.
Identify what to do with the ARPA funds and purchase the estuary.
Right.
Anybody else? This for me is another thing that brings our focus on housing. We are allowing 25% for vacation rental, but that means there's 75% more housing that's going to be available for residents. And even this, what was it? Losing my notes here. The open space, allows the developer to build more housing within the unit because he can use that as open space.
Right.
So I'm all for this too.
I guess its name is Estuary Park, which popped up one year on Google.
Yeah.
Somehow
Seems to be-
nobody knows where the name
I think we have the ability to, once we own the park, to name it whatever we
We can
want.
call it whatever we want, which, is a good thing to think about.
I just want to throw that out there for a future discussion that everybody calls it this, but
And it's never officially been a park.
yeah. And they were
It sorta
calling it
makes
that when it
sense.
was when it was high school parking lot. It was, yeah.
It makes sense. I mean, it's the right descriptor.
Yeah.
I think the term estuary park was used back in the late 80s when they were building the platform.
For the
And they needed to get money, and they had the students participating, and they had to make reference to the property.
That would make
So
sense.
They called it estuary park.
Oh, that's good.
And,
Okay. There's the benefit of having history right here on the council.
Yeah.
I got it in writing too.
All right. Yes, Pam. Come up to the mic. We have to record you.
Okay, so there's only one problem about that name, and the problem is that we already have the Nicanicum Estuary Park, which is the whole city. And then we have Estuary Park, and people get them confused all the time, and it's been a problem for me when I've been talking to people around the state about it. So maybe we could name it something Estuary Park, or I think it would be something we should think about.
Yeah, we'll work on it.
Got it.
Yeah.
We'll probably ask the Parks Committee for some
God.
input on that.
We can also do an RFP out for the sponsorship
Or it could be a
rights.
contest.
Yeah.
It could be a contest.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Get somebody to
Lots
bid
of
for.
options.
There are plenty of people naming rights. Here we go. Okay.
I would move to approve
Yeah.
the attached estuary purchase agreement.
I'll second.
That was Councilor Frank and Councilor Morrissey. Is there any other discussion?
I'm just glad we are finally doing this. It's been a long time coming, and
I can't hear you.
All of it.
oh, it's been a
yes.
long time coming. We've been thinking about it, working on it. A lot of good efforts going into this, and something that is not just for our citizens today, but for the future.
Okay, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Okay, Mark, get to work.
I will say, this starts the process with the title company, so
Yeah.
it's not just
I
signing
know,
it, we
I
own it,
know.
but
Oh,
we'll
yeah.
get on that. Doesn't need to come back.
Okay, the other thing that has to do with housing that we need to finalize.
Thank you, Mayor. Thankfully, we've had most of this discussion earlier tonight during the work session. So this last agenda item is, as per the staff report, is just the staff is recommending choosing Related Northwest as the developer for our North 40 affordable housing development.
Talk about needing a new name.
Yeah.
Actually, they did propose, or they were calling it the Pacifica. So, that
That can
sounds
be
pretty
confusing,
good.
too.
Well, that could be confusing.
Yeah.
The Pacifica
Anyway,
projects.
go ahead, Jeff. Sorry.
Sorry.
Is that it? Yeah.
That's it. Keep
Okay,
it short and
that's it,
sweet.
yeah.
Get you
a motion,
out of here
Jeff?
as soon as possible.
Okay, counselors, any comments?
I move to award the North 40 project to Related Northwest and direct city staff to work on a development agreement for an affordable housing project.
Second.
That's Councilor Dillard?
Yes.
Okay, Council President Paskalski and Councilor Dillard. Any other discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries and hallelujah.
Two long-awaited projects that we
Yes.
are now seeing some light.
And that works on another goal about increasing housing.
Yeah. Okay. Staff sitting right here. Does he want to start?
Just one quick thing. Thank you for those of you that were able to make it last Wednesday night to our public event. It was pretty neat to see. We got a lot of great feedback. I hope to update the Seaside 2050 webpage with some of that actual feedback that came down so folks can go back and read it or relive it. But we had about 60 to 70 people in attendance. We had a lot of good participation, and it's definitely going to help further our goals for the comprehensive plan and help us write the plan over the summer. We'll be back with hopefully a draft plan this fall.
Great.
One thing I found a little confusing was there were a lot of people saying, I never heard about this. How come I didn't hear about it?
What?
And yet they were voting. I just didn't get that. Okay, good job, Jeff. Do either of our business organizations want to say something?
She's afraid of the chief right now. She talked last time you weren't. I just want to say that the flower baskets are up, so thank you to the city for putting them up, as well as all the businesses that have donated, and private basket sales. Councilor Frank actually delivered them for us. It was great, so we really appreciate it. They will be up through mid-September. And then the other thing is we are doing our sponsorship drive for the Seaside Golf Classic, Ocean Crest, Sisu Brewing, Seaside Providence, and Moe's have come on, and we expect quite a few other businesses that always support it will join us in that. And that's a fundraiser for Seaside Kids Inc. And remember, they always make to where children, I believe it's 4th to 8th grade, do not pay for sports. And then the other thing, kind of on the other side of what I do, just a reminder, the car shows this weekend, Muscle and Chrome, June 14th and 15th. We will have the streets downtown on Broadway from Holiday to the Turnaround and part of Columbia closed from like 5 a.m. to 4:30 when we will release them for a cruise twice around the city. And then they'll come back and fill in, but the streets will not be closed any longer. So that's it.
Good deal.
Thank you, Carrie.
Thank you.
Chief? Nope. Zach, all done? Yep. John?
Yes, quick update. We actually had a water rescue today. It's that time of year, but really good news on it, and it's of the proactive nature in that one of our lifeguards, there were some surfers in a riptide area, and so went out to give them a bit of a warning, and at the same time, the lifeguards in the tower recognized that they were struggling out there, so they quickly put out the call for the rescue. Lifeguard went out. They were able to the call went out at 12:40. They had skis in the water within 10 to 12 minutes, and they were done at 1 o'clock, and everybody was safe. So it's a really good story. We've already got a couple media outlets that picked up on it, and it allows, I think these are good because it allows to remind people of the time of year, of things to pay attention to, and really to go have conversations with the lifeguard and get good information. So anyway, just kudos to our lifeguard team, our Seaside Fire Department, and their fast acting crews. So
Thank you for that update.
Very nice.
Kim?
I'm only talking because I need to announce that by this week, I will have elections open for Ward 4, which is now served by David Pazalski. I have Ward 1 and 2 at large with Randy Frank, and Ward 3 with Tom Horning. So I will be, I'll have everything posted on the website, and then those who have questions or would like to serve in Seaside as a counselor, then I will have openings.
Okay, thank you. Do we steal all your thunder, Spencer? You got anything else to
I got
say
lots
now?
more thunder.
Oh, good.
So a reminder, I think 4 of you have RSVP'd for the emergency management training Wednesday afternoon at the convention center. Looking forward to that. Mentioned the grant that we were awarded for the sewer master plan. I think the other update I'd give you is I met with our current treatment operator is for the first time in his history, when they did the measurements, I can't remember if it was this morning or yesterday, they're looking at, I don't know what it is, but they got a reading of 100%. 100% of what was in the water was removed. I think our goal is to be above 85%. That's our permit. And we've been hovering around 95 to 98% with some rounding. It came in at 0%. And they went and checked it to see if there was rounding. No rounding. We had absolutely nothing in there. So that is water going out from our sewer treatment plant is cleaner than what's coming from upstream. And so we've seen some great improvements there. I think as we continue to make some improvements and updates at the facility, we'll be in a really good situation. So we're pretty excited about that. Let's see. Oh, I was like, I didn't understand my own note. Okay. Because I was like, we're going to close the Visitors Bureau? I don't know why we're doing that. No, we're expected to close on the Visitors Bureau either tomorrow or Wednesday.
Okay.
Good. So finally, there were some title issues that had to be cleaned up. And so we expect to do that soon. So that'll be exciting. Just another update regarding sewer. As we've worked with the Circle Creek campground, we think we've discovered the source of the issue. It appears that the seals on the RV dumps or whatever you call them are generally hold, but the issue is that their sewer lines that go from there to the lift station, the connection at the lift station, their lines sunk. Mm-hmm. And so it's getting in, and so there's an opening there where all the flow is in. And so we put them on pretty strict notice to get that repaired quickly. And there was already a contractor lined up, so we expect that's going to happen very soon, which will be a significant impact as not so much now, but when we do, especially over the winter, when we get the rain events, that we're not going to be basically draining that campground through our sewer lines, which will be great. One more thing we've been working on in our current budget, and it'll extend into next year. One of our projects has been to pave the parking lot at Avenue U. One of the thing that's held that up is, what's that?
Well, keep going. I want to hear this.
Okay, so right now we have a gravel parking lot at the end of Avenue U, and we've budgeted to pave that. We've wanted to cross some T's and dot some I's to make sure we're on good legal footing before we do that. Because back in the day, in the 80s, late 80s or something like that, the city built
70s
restrooms there, and we're sued by the residents for violating our own ordinance of not constructing anything west of the prom. So those were all removed. As we review the ordinance, it says you can't build any facilities or structures. We don't consider paving an existing parking lot that. However, upon the review, our current ordinance dating back to 1910, 1921 states that no vehicular access west of the prom. And so that is something that we'll be bringing back for a ordinance update to either do away with that, figure out what we need it to be, carve out an exception for Avenue U, but we are trying to move forward. I think there's been a lot of requests, especially now with the Moby mats, to get that parking lot paved. So that'll be a great thing. And the gravel parking lot does take maintenance, and so if we can do away with that would be great.
The reason I was frowning is that it was my understanding that everything west of the prom is owned by state parks, and that it was state parks that was involved also in.
We had to work with state parks on the Moby mats, but I believe this is property that is owned by the city. Is that correct, Jeff?
Okay. It's private.
Well, no,
Kim,
I know what you
Kim
mean
says
now.
yes.
Okay.
Isn't that technically past the end of the prom?
The way it's described, I mean, it's referring to descriptions that existed in 1921. So it's even referring to the area of the city that no one would call it that today. And so I think to be on the safe side, we'll want to
Just,
do that.
I bet there was no dunes either.
Yeah, that's right. There
The
were no
ocean,
dunes.
the ocean was a lot closer, yes. Okay, great. Well, that's good news,
So
yes.
paving will be very nice.
And then
The
just the
Moby
last
Mat
thing.
is, the Moby Mats being in there, I've seen people, it's
Oh,
a
yeah.
struggle to get across to the Moby Mat from that parking lot.
It's interesting that the beach is the easier part to cross than the parking lot.
Yeah.
So, and then last thing, just as a reminder, city offices will be closed on Juneteenth, so prior to our next council meeting. So just a reminder on that our city recognizes that holiday. And that's all I have.
In regards to that, we didn't do a Juneteenth proclamation tonight, but I will have one to publish on the website for it. Okay, Seth.
No, thank you.
Tita,
Not tonight.
come back to you.
Yep.
Steve.
The Community Center Commission met last week, and they have pulled the trigger on this flooring project that they got the grant money for, and installation should start around the first of the month.
Will that keep the center closed very long?
It's the bathrooms and one of the storage rooms.
okay.
I think they'll be able to work around it.
All right, thanks. Tom.
Nothing to say, thank you.
Randy.
I'll try to keep it short, but there was an airport committee meeting last Tuesday, and I just wanted to do a public thank you for all the people that volunteer and help there. As per usual, these are volunteers, and this is sort of a select group led by Randall Henderson, our chair, Roy Bennett, Bruce Francis, and Joyce Hunt. And newer members are Christina Binnicker, Christine, Mark Tolan, and Sharon Klepfer is our representative from Gearhart. And we have a lot of other people that show up to meetings and are very helpful. Some own hangars out there, and some just have an interest in the airport and help out a lot, like William Waltower, Jeff Gage, Michael Lewis, and Josh Duff. A lot gets accomplished at this property, and what I think the core committee would like the city to understand is they represent the institutional memory of the airport. So going forward with maintenance projects and what needs to happen, they're sort of the people that intrinsically oversee what happens in projects going forward, because they've been through a lot of different personnel and managers, council reps, whatever, but they keep kicking along. We have a weather station out there, and so many people hit that I think a lot of them prefer it over some of the other public sites because of the quality of it. And Tim Miller is a guy that just donates this stuff. And originally we had our internet connection has been installed by the local guys out there, and now the city is sharing with the cost of that. It's a great thing. And another shout out is our government, federal government, has just added Seaside to their government site. It's weathercams.faa.gov. So that's sort of a feather in the cap, which is very nice, for our little airport. There still is interest in more hangars being built. We've got some drawings on the board for what is called T hangars, and our hope is to add about 7 of those. There's some interest, like I say, and that would then qualify us for different federal funding and grants. So that's an ongoing project and hope for us. And city staff has been I don't know if people are aware of this, but the city staff mows out there on a regular basis, but also the crew out there helps mow all the time to keep it up. Remove driftwood because it comes up from on the high tides, comes in on the southern end of the runway, and there's just a lot of things that go on out there, and it's sort of an overlooked area. Some people don't know Seaside has an airport, but just a thank you for all these people, including city staff, Mike Dimmick, Nikki Ratana, and even the Astoria people have been very good to us, Matt McGrath and John Reichel. And the only other thing to mention is that we'll be part of a poker run. If you didn't know these things happen, they do, and Seaside will be on a stop on the poker run this Saturday. So there is your airport update.
Well, thank you. David.
I just wanted to give a little bit of an update of what's happening down at the Railroad Garden Park, and with all the work that's gone in from the city and Sunset Empire Parks and Rec in the rejuvenation of the community gardens that are down there. If you haven't gotten down there, there are about over 40 new garden beds. There's a fence on the west side that's in the process of going in, and the pavement, the concrete for the ADA garden beds was poured on Friday. And today I secured all the berry plants for the whole east side is going to be lined with berry plants, blackberries, boysenberries, blueberries, and raspberries. And so those have been secured and will be picked up pretty soon, and then we will be doing a fundraiser for people to be able to buy those the extra berry plants that we were able to obtain. So it's coming along. It looks great down there. Everybody's getting their gardens planted. We have 4 boxes at the very north end, right by the caboose that is being managed by the master gardeners. And so it's going to be an educational area there where they're going to be having a couple of test gardens as well as educational opportunities to be able to teach residents. So that's what's happening.
Great. Thank you. Congratulations to the graduates. Their graduation is tonight, so I'm assuming a few people will probably end up watching us later. But the Pacifica projects were done last Wednesday night, and if you never have gone to those, you should, because it's just amazing to see the things a lot of them have done over the years. And just a kudos to a lot of other people at the museum, not me, but we actually had 3 different groups do at least part of their project at the museum. So that was a first for us. Remember, counselors, if you haven't yet, there's a countywide electeds meeting coming theoretically on July 11th. Make sure you respond whether or not you could attend that. You should have gotten an email. If you didn't, let me know. The LOC legislative committees, I think, have wrapped up their work now. I spent about 30 hours on Zoom calls on the 2 committees I'm on, and we have a list of things that we'll be voting on later this summer. Once the LOC board will then take those, once the cities decide, the LOC board will take those, and that will be their focus for the next legislative session. And I'm pleased to announce that lodging tax flexibility is one of the Finance and Tax Committee's recommendations. So we keep working on that. But again, most of all the things we did tonight, I'm just so happy with all the work all of you put in, all of our city staff, the work on the other side from the developers and all of that, the park committee on the North 40. We're moving forward on housing. It's not just us. Esperanza Village, you drive by that, you can see they're making headway on that. I stay in contact with the people that are doing Hawkeye. I don't have a date. They were thinking July 5th, but they're not going to make that. But, you know, the old Red Lion coming right along. So we have all these opportunities for additional housing. Some of it supportive housing for the houseless to be able to move into, transitions. And I just think we're in a really good spot right now. So I'm looking forward to see what we do over the next couple of years. I already did my quote about Flag Day and Calvin Coolidge. So now I need to read all this stuff about executive session, because you guys can go home, but we still have more work to do. There are 3 of them in accordance with ORS 192.6602D regarding conducting deliberations with persons designated to carry on labor negotiations. In accordance with ORS 192.6602E regarding conducting deliberations with persons designated to negotiate real property transactions. And in accordance with ORS 192.6602, is that a T or an F?
F.
Okay, yeah, I gotta blow it up. Regarding considering information or records that are exempt from disclosure by law, including written advice from attorney. We are going into executive session. You can stay if you want, but it's not necessary. Okay. All right. We have returned from executive session, and we have no further business to accomplish, so the meeting is adjourned.